1 second. Lock all my sources in place so I don't drag something around on accident.
Yep.
Hey, listen.
So every time I start streaming now, I know this is a bot account, but this same account follows me like the minute I go live.
Huh.
And it's really annoying. And I've seen it on like other people's stream as well. What's up, Potato? D&D. We're doing it.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready and I'll be ready.
Okay.
Hello, Potato.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay. Here we go.
Should I put some epic D&D music on?
If you want to. Play something from a classic Western. All right. So, here for the inaugural game of D&D set in this universe of my creation. It's existed for like 4 years now. It's gone through a lot of iterations, and this is the most recent. Here we go. So, here in the Barrens, what is right and what is wrong is up to the survivors to decide. About 100 years ago, the gods of the old world killed each other in a cataclysmic event known as the Great Calamity that devastated the landscape and tore down the framework necessary for an old power called magic to exist at all. Where once there were portals and ways for wizards to cause people to travel instantaneously from one place to another, now there are steam engines or riding horses. Where once there were ways that people could magically interface with one another through spells such as sending, things like that, there are now courier services to take mail from one place to another over great distances. And the landscape here is deadly, no matter what the season is. But especially the people found therein, with nobody having a reference to decide what is morally correct. Everyone makes their own assumptions. Everyone makes their own law. Your name is Givik, and you're of a species of goblinoid known as Duskan. Let me fix that real quick. You're about 20 years old, and are one of the few members of a mercenary band known as the Bronze Dog Company, which operates out of the town of Low Ridge. However, you're pretty far from Low Ridge at the moment. Just yesterday, you finished a contract in the town of Greyford. As you tend to do, you secured a free room for the night by performing in a local saloon. This one happened to be called the Greyford Inn, and is located in the Undercity portion of the settlement. And now, you're stirring awake. You can see that the rest of your companions, your company, is already up. They're gone out of the room, except for Jack Manning, one of the youngest of you, who's still snoring away in one of these dwarvish-style bunks. So Greyford itself is a city that is built much on the surface like a lot of the other little settlements, the dust-covered settlements of the Barrens, but it's predominantly inhabited by dwarves, and a lot of these dwarves, these original exiles from this mountain of Iron Peak, decided to settle here but underground to start. So half of the city has a very traditional dwarven passageway type of thing going on. You know that Cornelia, your boss, is still gathering information about potential work in this area, so you can expect today to be pretty easygoing. You've not been to Greyford very often, so there's plenty to explore until you meet back up here tonight with the rest of your group. But for now, your belly is rumbling. So, to start, if you go to the battle map interface that I sent you, there is a tab at the very bottom. There is a tab at the very bottom that says Greyford.
Got it.
And if you go to that tab at the bottom, and you scroll down until you see the Undercity, you're in the place. Let's see. Yeah, you are.
I see Undercity entrance.
Yeah, I scroll down a little more past the. Just keep scrolling. You'll see.
Oh, so the black.
Yeah, so this is
The gray.
the under portion. Yeah.
Okay.
So 1 second.
I like this map.
Thank you.
It's very well done.
Thanks. This was one that I cooked up just a little bit ago. Also, apparently I gave you the name of the wrong one. What I meant to say is you are in the Leifson's
The brewery.
Leifson's Brewery, and I said
Okay.
the saloon. So, take that back. So you are in Leifson's Brewery. You're sort of under this area that this technically has a sort of in portion to it, and you guys are underground right now. So you're right there. I should maybe highlight it when I click over it there. But you're in this right now, and Jack Manning is the only one in your particular room, sort of in these bunks that are carved into the side, into the stone. And you're waking up, and what would you like to do?
What time is it?
Right now, you basically don't have any way to. You guys don't have the expenses necessary to get something as fancy as a pocket watch among your group right now. So you're guessing that it's probably around morning time sometime, but you can't know until you're out in the open at the moment.
Gotcha.
In other circumstances, in other cities, there might be a rooster that you hear, something like that, but here
Right.
You're unable to hear it underground. So you just sort
I
of,
was gonna say we're underground,
able
so
to-
there's no windows. We don't see any sunlight or anything like
Right.
that.
and you're able to
Okay.
sleep in because you didn't have any expectations of things you needed to do right away.
Right. Long weekends.
Mm-hmm.
Holiday weekend. Everybody else is gone. Jack is sleeping. I'm gonna go ahead and let him sleep. And since I'm hungry, I'm gonna go ahead and make my way upward to the brewery to see if I can get some food real quick.
Yeah, the entrance to the brewery. So as you go in, you know that this particular place, you guys chose this one in particular, mostly at the behest of one of your traveling companions that likes some of the finer things in life. Karam is really interested in that sort of thing, and he'll put some of his own money up just to make sure that you guys are also experiencing some of the things that are considered better. And so this is a little bit more expensive than what you're used to, but not opulently so.
And he's the
so when you-
Sunskinvish.
Yes, so he's of a race of people that are very cactus-like in their appearance. With him in particular, he's more of an aloe-ish kind of person, or a succulent plant kind of humanoid. But as you go up to the front, and you see that there's not a whole lot of activity here. People aren't really here drinking in the morning or anything, but there is a small little kitchen area specifically for people that are staying in. And as you go there, let me look at the name of the man that's right there at the place. Let's see, this is called the Leifson. So, there's a dwarven man named Chell Leifson, who owns this place, and he happens to also operate this almost like it's a bed and breakfast kind of thing. And he's there at the front. He's talking to some employees of his because specifically it's all open and exposed out here where they're actually doing the brewing process, where they have their vats and everything. But he says, "Oh, you are one of the bronze dogs that came in here, yeah? What's you want some food, yeah?
Yes, I would love some food. I'm starving. Thank you.
Good. Okay, you just give me 1 gold piece. I make sure you eat all day, okay?
Sounds fair to me, and I toss him a gold piece.
All right, so you go ahead and fish one of those out and give it to him. He goes ahead and makes sure he tells his little staff there. There's his wife is with him, and she's seems a little bit older than him actually. She's pretty wrinkled as well. But the thing that they both have in common is that they both have these tattoos of X's right over their foreheads. They're very differently styled. His in particular just looks like it was very shoddily done. Hers seems almost more like it was ornamental in a way.
Interesting. Do I know what this is?
Yeah, so make a history check for me. So that's going to be an intelligence thing. If you have it, it will be listed.
Intelligence is 10.
So under your, so you're going to get a +0 to this because it's not in your direct things.
This is a D20.
Yep.
Oh, I got a 7.
Okay. The only thing you know about why so many dwarves have this is that dwarves have this thing called an exile's mark. You don't know the specifics of why it might look different for some people, but you know that there's this place called Iron Peak where a lot of dwarves they're not allowed to live there anymore. And if you are exiled from Iron Peak, you are essentially, you only go there if your plan is to die, because you're not allowed to come back. But if you have an X on your head, that means that when they send their scouts out from Iron Peak, you're safe. But the dwarves have a group of people called Valkyries that they'll send out every once in a while to scout and make sure that this is sacred tradition is honored. Where if they find a dwarf in the Barrens, any dwarf anywhere, that does not have an exile's mark in their head, they will murder them there. So you know that much, but as for why one is more ornamental than another, you have no idea.
Interesting. So the Valkyries will go, and if they find somebody that has a X mark in that area,
that doesn't have an X on their head. Yeah, because dwarves have this very sacred tradition. You know this because Offgrim is one of your companions, and you're a little bit familiar with him, and he has an X on his head as well. That according to their tradition in the decree of Iron Peak, who has its own king, essentially you are no longer viewed as a dwarf if you don't live in Iron Peak. And if you're out in the world and you don't have this mark of shame on your face, then you are breaking this sort of sensitive tradition of theirs.
I see. I gotcha. So they would have gotten away without being quote-unquote exiled in the eyes of everyone else. Interesting. So I'll eat my food, and then I'll ask the barkeep or his wife, whoever's closest, if they've seen any of my companions this morning.
Oh yeah. So this man Chell says, "Yes, I see some of them go out just maybe an hour before you get up here. I think I don't know where they go, but the one that very sort of green has sort of marks all over his skin. I think he went over to the corn bottle."
The corn bottle.
And you know that is another sort of smaller competitor in one of these breweries here.
Hey, what's going on, Britt? Thanks for stopping in, man. What's up, Dijon? So he was going over to the Corn Bottle Brewery. Is he already, starting to drink? It's morning time.
You find that probably pretty likely for him, just because he kind of will. You've noticed that instead of holding on to his money after he's paid, he immediately spends it on just the best thing he can get in the area, and he likes to go through places and sort of like do samples of every place to determine this is the best place here.
He's a very culture-minded.
He considers himself pretty culturally minded.
Yeah. Maybe not to other people, but he himself views him that way.
Yeah, and he doesn't get drunk like other people as well. He stores a bunch of water, and he's almost it's very hard for him to.
He's very well hydrated.
Yeah, his body literally
negates the effects. Water. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and, since everyone else is gone, I'm gonna go back now that I've eaten and wake up Jack.
All right.
Just in case.
How do you want to go about doing that?
I just want to. Let's see. He's a halfling.
So Jack is not a
rogue.
halfling. He is a human, but he knows a lot about halfling culture.
I see. Okay.
But you are aware that Jack was actually raised by halflings.
Interesting. Okay. I've been doing pretty good, Britt. Just been playing some games and working, and started this D&D campaign that Morgan actually created the world and everything around 5e, right?
It's all 5e.
That's not Adnoth, Dijon. That's Dire. You and Morgan.
Oh, sounds the same.
Yeah, pretty close. All right, so I'm just gonna go down and try to lightly wake him up by kind of nudging him a little. I don't want to. I'm trying not to startle him awake. I don't know what his demeanor is in the morning.
You go over and grab the end of his boot that is still on his feet because he just sort of fell onto his bed after drinking some. And you shake this and he goes, oh, we being attacked? Oh.
No, we're fine. We're fine, Jack. I was just, everyone else is gone. I didn't know if you wanted to grab some food real quick and we can go find the others. I don't know where they went. I was told that, Karam went to the corn bottle. You know how he is.
Oh, yeah. Karam's always going about doing something like that. But, yeah, I'll get up. Actually, the only place I really planned to stop by today was the brothel. But, yeah, wherever you want to go.
How about while you recover this morning, you just kind of stick with me?
Yeah, well, that's probably not a bad idea. I'm not so familiar with this place. Neither are you, right?
No, I don't know much about this place, and from what it sounds like, we got a little crazy last night, so we probably only saw these quarters here.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know if you ever had something called Dwerger Firewater, but that's a spicy drink.
It does sound tasty. Who knows, I might have had some last night too, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, well, where are we going then?
I say we go and find Karam, and just see
good.
what the plan is for today. You hungry or anything?
Yeah, well, I'll just grab some. I've got some rations with me. I'll get some on the way there, save some of my money. I'm not like Karam. I like to make sure that my gold's going to be spent on something that matters. But jerky's fine. You know what I love about being down here is it's the same temperature all year round. You're in the end of the summer. This is amazing.
Yeah,
anyway.
It is nice. It's getting that hot sun.
Absolutely. Well, that's what we expect up at the top, but I guess that's our life. So, all right, I'll follow you.
All right, I'm gonna walk over to the corn bottle.
All right.
You started a new job, Britt? Congratulations. What's up, Vic?
Head out into the main corridor here in the map and see that it's about 15 feet wide. There's a lot of symbols sort of carved into the wall of there's sort of like a half mural that's not quite finished that's gone through here. It looks like somebody got about halfway through, they didn't finish it, and maybe there's some sort of a maybe that's continuing, but from what you heard last night, you're pretty sure somebody was complaining that this wall is really ugly and needs to be updated. Some passing dwarf said that. But
just a point of clarification, is all of this underground?
Yeah, this whole section here is.
Cool. Just making sure.
Yeah, but the mural itself sort of depicts some dwarven scientists, it looks like, that are working specifically with some sort of rocks and stones and ores and things, and developing. It looks like the story of the development of dynamite, from what you can tell.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, as you go on over to the corn bottle here,
that's awesome.
There's actually somebody, a woman, standing guard just outside. You know that a lot of independent settlements out here, instead of a town militia, some places have that, but a lot of places, if they're getting more popular, like Greyford is, will sort of have individual businesses just hire their guard work, and they'll hire people out. You guys have done some guard work as mercenaries yourselves, but there's a woman here. He just sort of stops you and she's in some leathers, some studded leathers, and says, "Good morning. You all
Good morning.
have an invitation?"
No invitation. I was told by the barkeep in Leifson's brewery that our friend was here. Have you seen him? He's about yay tall, kind of looks like a walking plant.
Oh, right, that guy. You said you came from Leifson's, huh? And she sort of squints her eyes and
yeah, we were just staying there
something.
overnight.
Well,
not real
all
familiar
right.
with the area, but
Yeah, give me just a moment. And she sort of knocks on the door for a moment, and a little sliding section comes out. There's a metal door here, and somebody looks through a little thing. Yeah, and she says something in Dwarvish. Do you speak Dwarvish?
Ooh, that's a great question. Proficiency languages. Nope. Common, Goblin, and Thieves can't, unfortunately.
All right. Well, you hear them talking.
No, Jack probably doesn't either. He's halfling. Never mind.
Yeah, he doesn't either. I have their statistics.
Okay.
But they say something in Dwarvish to each other, and then after a little exchange here, instead of you guys going in, Karam actually comes out. And so Karam walks out. He's already, as soon as he got here, he switched into his civilian clothes, and he has this very sort of flowing kind of it's not quite silk, but it's this pretty nice sort of linen thing that sort of looks like from a distance it's more fancy than it is, but it's a very deserty, breathy, arable thing. And as
no,
he
I don't
comes
speak
out,
plant either. Sorry. I'm sure he speaks
comes out,
common.
and his face is very sort of angular. He's got these really dark, black, pure black eyes, and his skin is very much like a succulent plant, like an aloe. It's very green. He's got a little dashes in it of yellow all over the place, slight little points that seem to indicate that this is, genetically, he's very much like his cousins, the needlehide fish, but he is of a different race here, or a different sub-race. And he's a little bit taller than you guys, but he comes out, looks at you two, and he has a bottle in his hand. It's sort of a wide bottle, not completely round, but it's got a very dark amber liquid in it. And he says, "Oh, my friends, I am so happy to see you this morning. I have determined beyond a shadow of a doubt that the corn bottle is absolutely the place that we need to come next time. In fact, I think if we have an opportunity to make sure that they can expand their business and have maybe a place that we can stay for the night, this is the place that we are going to have a much better time when we come back."
Expand their business. Are you investing?
If I had saved any of my money up to this point, perhaps I would, but I would recommend it for the two of you.
Well, maybe next time we come through here, we can think about it. I think we need to save our gold pieces right now. We don't know when we're going to get another job.
Absolutely. Well, I have what is here, corn whiskey is what they call it. And
It's Groot, but
it's
a
made
cactus, yes.
it's made out of thistle corn, but they have a process to get it much more quickly, to de-thistle all the corn here, much more quickly than I've ever seen before. It is going to be something that grows as a phenomenon in the Barrens, I guarantee you. Thank you very much for your help. And he turns to them and sort of bows a little bit and says, "Let us be going. Where are we headed, by the way?"
Oh, that is a great question. Well, if you're done here, honestly, I think we should probably try to find a job or two. What do you think?
So Jack says, "Yeah, we could do the extra work like that, but Cornelia's really got the eye for that kind of thing, and that's what she plans to get us by the end of the day. That's what she's spending all day doing. I mean, we
Gotcha.
really, we just came all the way here. We got our horses stabled out in one of those farms. We're sweating like pigs to get here, and now we have an opportunity to relax. So I don't care if y'all go look for extra supplementary work, but I think I know what I'm doing for the rest of the day if I get the chance."
Yeah, you mentioned that before. I appreciate
Well, I've been looking forward to it for a long time.
Okay, well, cool. If that's if Cornelia's kind of on that already, then maybe we should just enjoy ourselves a little bit. Any clue where Offgrim is?
Oh, yes, I have seen that Afgrim was... Well, the last I saw him, I went up just moments ago to get my sunlight for part of the day. He was looking out toward the north, just sitting out at the edge of one of the buildings. Just
Okay.
sitting as he does. You know how he gets very moody.
Right. Of course.
And you're familiar with the fact that directly north of you is, in that direction, somewhat north of you, is Iron Peak, the original Dwarvish home. And you have reason to believe that Offgrim was once somebody that lived in Iron Peak.
Thanks for stopping by, Britt. Also, did you see Britt's compliment on your accents?
Oh, I did not.
Holy cow, you're good at accents.
Oh, thank you.
He is. He's very good. So we are close to... what's it called?
So you're right next to the corn bottle, still standing right in there?
No, but north of us is...
Oh, yeah, if you look at the main map,
yeah.
You will see... you are near the north. You're at the end of the railroad tracks in a place called
We're in
Grayford.
Grayford. Okay. And then north of us is Iron Peak. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, sort of northeast.
And that's most likely what Offgrim is out there.
Yeah, you know a
contemplating and staring at.
few things about Offgrim. He's kind of the guy that is able to handle and intimidate people when it's necessary. He's a very stern dwarf, but you also have seen an equal amount of times where he just sort of stops and like sees a violet herb that's just like out in the wilderness, and he'll like sit there and sort of look out at this pastoral area for a while, and you get the sense that he's, despite how intimidating he is, he's very he's got some sensitivity to him as well.
Okay. So you were just looking at what we have option wise in this area.
This is a chat vote. Where do we go next?
Yeah, where do we go next, chat? Do we go to the metalworks? There's mines. Ooh, ales storage. Has
And all the places that have sort of purplish areas, that's a place where there are stairs going up to part of a business in the upper city.
Gotcha. Has Karam spent all his money yet? Or is there somewhere else he wants to go?
Oh, I am fine to go. Whatever you would like. I am quite pleased with this trip already. And I know that we are probably going to be going in 1 or 2 more days, but I don't mind being able to take a look around from the perspective of somebody else as the guide.
Okay. I just kind of want to know more about this place, so I'm going to start walking around, I guess, southward toward, like, the schoolhouse.
Okay.
And just kind of see what I see, just trying to observe the people here.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you haven't been here very often at all, and it's also the last time you were here, it wasn't nearly as populous. Recently, in the last few years, they had several of these mines that opened up that broke into areas with a lot of coal and iron ore, and they've been able to use that as an excuse to say, hey, this is a place that's going to be the next big city. And so even though it's not quite anywhere near achieved the status of a place like Canyon City, which is the largest sort of considered jewel of the Barrens, this place is on its way, and a lot of people are trying to settle here and trying to start businesses here. But it's changed a lot as a result of that since you were last here a few years ago, when you were just about 17 or 18.
What was I doing here before?
You guys were just on another contract.
Okay.
And it's hard to even remember what exactly it was at this point. It could have been hunting down a bounty somewhere or just trying to deliver goods from one place to another. Basically, if somebody needs work, that's all it takes to say, here, I'll give you this price and quote you this price to get it done for you.
Okay.
So you go down south a little bit, walking that way, and you sort of see that the schoolhouse doors are actually open at the moment. and inside there are several children, a lot of just like little cute dwarven children all over the place. There's a few that are humans and halflings as well, some of the more populous people here. There's even a hobgoblin child in there as well. But the two teachers seem to be a dwarven female and a bugbear female as well, that are doing some sort of it seems like a lesson in common and speaking and writing common at the moment, from what you can tell.
This is 5e, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just had a question about it in chat.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
So there's one student right now. There's a little dwarf that's being asked to read something that's on a chalkboard, and you can hear this little voice say,
The duck was on the frond.
Okay, I'm like... I keep walking.
all right, so you consider to go southward. And for the person that just asked, that was actually the Karam is of an original race that I made for this setting.
Yeah, a lot of these things he has adapted. This is all from the mind of Direfist. So some of these races are not in 5e originally.
Yeah, and this is a very like Wild West type setting, without any magic. So as you just keep walking, it looks like the direction you'd be going, more southward. You see that at the end of this tunnel, there's actually, it looks like not a collapse, but it just hasn't been dug out so much.
Okay.
At the very end there. And right to your left, you can tell just by some of the symbolage on this sign outside that there's a sort of surgeon or doctor right here. And you actually see that somebody's being brought through on a stretcher covered in coal dust that's being brought into it. And you can imagine there are a lot of miners that get some medical care here. They're coughing up. And that's another thing you've noticed around a lot of the dwarves out here. They're very obviously miners, are coughing all the time.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so they're coming out of the hospital area.
They're going into the hospital.
Going into
right
it,
now.
I mean.
Yeah. They're sort of being carried in there. Yeah, as you are you continuing on?
I'm gonna, if there's like a doctor that's not like an immediate engaged in something, I'm just gonna ask what happened to him. Okay.
As you sort of see them going in, and you sort of pop your head in right there. It does seem to be like there. It does seem that there is one primary doctor in this area, but there's a few people that are sort of underlings that are training as well. He's going over what we should do in this circumstance, and it's very obvious that he's training much younger dwarves at the moment that seem like they're what you would consider adolescent age in terms of how they look, but for a dwarf, of course, that could mean they're 100 years old. So you, at least in this world, that's how that works. So you see that, and it doesn't seem like any of them are really accessible, but one of the companions that brought him in is sort of leaning against the door over here, and as you ask what happened to him, he says, "Oh, we were just in one of those mines, and he went a little too hard trying to make sure that he got his bucket of coal for the day, and it was a collapse that was definitely preventable, but between you and me, let's not tell my employer that."
Okay, well, I hope that your friend gets better soon.
Oh, I appreciate it, but, if he does kick the bucket here, I get to take his bucket and turn that in as mine, so half the work, more the gain.
Okay, well, have a great day. Keep walking. That's terrible.
So
what
as
a terrible attitude.
You continue on, and it's a long stretch of hallway again. But right here, you see an area that's marked with it's actually carved into the side here pretty nicely, and in just the sort of underground facade of this place makes it clear that whoever is owning this business, whoever owns this business has some money, and it is written in Dwarvish. but there is a subsection for people that don't read the primary language here in common that says this is a surveyor's office. And Karam sort of speaks and says, "Oh yes, I have heard about this. They are very specific about the way that they go about learning what areas can be used to mine in. And you see all the mining property here. All of the property here is not only separated by width, but also the depth of the earth, because there's potentially something precious under the earth here. And it is very important for people that are going to open up mines in this area. And I've heard that there's also a cartographer that works in this area as well to find places out elsewhere in the Barrens when it is necessary for contracting work."
Interesting. So there are survey papers kind of showing like the depths at which they're digging and kind of where to stop, essentially, because it might be dangerous, or that they're just trying to find specific things in certain depths.
You imagine it's probably a mix of all of this, but also Karam puts in that, as I understand it, the most important part to them here is who owns what property.
Interesting. Do I see anything that catches my eye?
Well, you're just on the outside of the building at the moment, but...
Oh, we're not inside. Okay.
Yeah, you're just sort of looking at the facade from the outside.
Gotcha. I don't really have any use to go in there, but that's interesting to know. What is this? If I keep going, what is this Slavers Exchange?
So a slaver's exchange you'd be familiar with is just any place where slaves are sold and bought.
Okay.
And most commonly in the Barrens, probably the most enslaved and persecuted people are half-orcs, who have all the intelligence of their human parentage, but lack some of the aggression of their orcish parents. And there's a lot of people that have a lot of feelings about how appropriate it is to have slaves all over the place, but so far in the Barrens, no lasting change has ever been made to remedy that situation.
Okay.
But they're not the only people that are enslaved. You're aware that there are other races that will be at some point, but it's pretty much unheard of that some of the more common races would ever be enslaved.
All right, I'm gonna keep going down and then go over to the upper city entrance.
All right, so that will be at the, if you scroll on up, that'll take you to the Undercity entrance at the third quadrant there. So it'll be down near the Grayford Inn Saloon, in the bottom right corner.
Oh, that would be the fourth quadrant, right?
Oh, I was reading it in those ways that they taught us, with the like top to the next one to the one down is third. But yeah,
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sort of like the clockwise quadrant. But yeah,
Gotcha.
So you sort of get out there, and it's in summer. It's the 22nd of in summer, which is technically summer is ending at this point, but it's still very hot. Mechanically, usually in the summer, instead of having to drink 1 gallon of water a day, you actually have to drink 2 gallons of water a day to make sure that you don't get exhausted.
Okay.
But here, where you have plenty of shade to get in when you need to in a city, that doesn't apply. And we're assuming that with the meal that you have and everything, you're getting all the water intake you need. So you're good for food and water today.
Should be fine around the city.
Yeah. Unless you're out in like the wilderness where there's no shade, then...
Right.
Yeah, you see the very large Grayford Inn right in front of you. It's a saloon that's made partially in the human style of saloons that have these sort of swinging doors in the front. There are 2 levels to them, and they're made out of a lot of dead wood. But parts of it have some of this dwarven style as well, where instead of just dead wood, there's these large columns of stone that are all around as well, just in the architecture of it.
Interesting.
And there's a post office right over, and in fact, you see that right over here, there should be a door right here. Yeah, so right over here with this post office, there's somebody, a courier is coming in with a cart behind a horse, and they are going in the back here. They're knocking on the door and waiting, and somebody comes up to the back and helps them take this stuff inside. And you can tell that this courier wears a band on their arm that says BPS, Barrens Postal Service.
Barrens Postal Service. Okay.
And as the door was open, you could also hear a lot of pigeons inside there.
Interesting. I'm just gonna go over there and just kind of check out the post office real quick.
All right, let's see who owns this place, who's inside. There it is. All right, so you go to the front instead of going to the back, because unless you're a courier, you don't really need to go to the back. You go to the front, and the first thing you notice as you go up on these steps that creak as you just take 2 steps up is that there's actually some bounty contracts that are listed on the outside right here on the wall. As you look at it, these are essentially wanted posters. You are certain that your boss has already come over here. It's one of the first things she does, and she's picked them up. But as you're looking over them, I'll actually randomly determine which ones you are seeing right now, because there's a large list of them.
Roll the dice.
All right.
It's okay, Vic. I'm a noob too.
You see that there is no image on this one, but it says, "Wanted, Ridley, Rex, and Squisher. Talk to the sheriff about a potentially large reward for this particular contract." So that one's not particularly forthcoming on the information, and you know that sometimes that happens when there's some circumstances about the who wants this contract to be fulfilled.
Yeah.
Because there is no government right now. There's no official government that everybody is accepted, and Greyford is not under United Army law right now. So It's one of those settlements that doesn't have any United Army presence. So for the other one, the other one says, "Wanted, the Falling Sun Gang." And this one actually does have a picture. It has a picture of a hobgoblin woman with kind of a rice hat type thing on her, and it's just a drawn picture there, sort of charcoaled in. And it says, the dead or alive, Zelma Sundown and her mercenaries. And,
Zelma Sundown.
Yep.
The Sundown Gang.
Yep, the Falling Sun Gang.
Oh, Falling Sun Gang. I like them both. Both good names.
So as you sort of press in and take a look in the post office, you immediately hear these pigeons again cooing in the back, and this human man seems to be the clerk here. He's helping this other person, another human, and they're helping him get all his stuff figured out and getting paid for all the parcels that he's brought successfully here. And he looks over to you once he's done with that and says, you sending something out, or you expecting something?
No, I was just coming over here to check out the bounties you have posted. I'm assuming that my colleague Cornelia Carson has already been over here.
Oh, if she has, you can always tear one of them off. They're on pads out there. You take one, pass it around, whatever you want to do. If you want to talk to anybody about bounties, if you're a bounty hunter, you can always go to the sheriff's office, and they can figure out between you what kinds of things you can expect.
I'm gonna tear off the picture of the what's the gang called?
The Falling Sun Gang?
Falling Sun Gang.
Yeah, you can put that in your inventory, which is under your interface. There is an inventory section you can, or I'll just put that in there. Falling Sun Bounty.
Falling Sun Bounty. Okay.
Okay.
Got a revolver, I've got my rifle, got my mask.
Yeah, and this guy, by the way, he says, "Hey, what are you? You look like one of them hobgoblins, but, you know, you're kind of blue. You ain't red."
Yeah, I'm can I do a check to see if he's like kind of racist?
Sure, yeah, do an insight check.
Just so I know how to answer this.
Of course.
So we'll do. Oh dang. That would be wisdom, right?
So for you, insight's not one of your particular skills, but it would be wisdom. That's a +0.
Yeah, I got a 5.
All right. So you just know that some people, he just seems really curious, and a lot of people are just very frank and upfront about, "Hey, I don't know what you are. Tell me." And
Gotcha.
There's not a whole lot of tact in a lot of places.
Okay. I say, yeah, I'm actually a Duskin.
Duskin. Well, I ain't heard of that. You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I thought you just painted yourself. Well, I was about of the right mind to think you was a half-orc when you came in the first time, or you know what we call them, tusk monkeys, but I don't. And for a second there, I thought that you was gonna come in and try to start some trouble or something. But all right, well, if that's it, then you go ahead.
Not looking for any trouble. Thanks for the advice. And I walk away quickly, briskly.
All right, so you go out of there, and you're aware that that is an incredibly offensive term.
Yeah.
But people don't realize it in this place, and there's a lot of people that are very offended by it. But it is a not a nice word.
Yeah, but it's a colloquialism here in this area, or it's just kind of known all over the place?
Just all over the Barrens,
Yeah.
all over the civilized portions of the Barrens.
Okay. Yikes. Assuming we didn't see Cornelia there, so she must have moved on. I'm gonna walk toward the sheriff's station.
Yeah.
But on the way, I'm gonna kind of walk to the right over here, and then on the way, I'll point out the brothel to Jack.
All right. So as you guys sort of walk
And he's a plant.
that way, and he's a plant. You sort of walk up that way, sort of between the bunkhouse and sheriff station area, and you point it out. It's very clear from a distance because of some of the people outside of it, and there's a lot of clothes being dried on the outside and being washed, and as Jack, you're about to tell him, but Jack just sort of starts walking faster and he says, "All right, I'll see you guys."
I like raise a finger to point, and then he's already gone.
And Karam says, "You know, it's very interesting about this brothel here, and a lot of the other places is I've been paying attention to some of the politics that go on in this area, and the mayor owns not only the brothel but the bank and a few other businesses here as well. He's got his fingers in a lot of pies, as they say."
That is interesting. So the mayor, I'm assuming he just kind of observed this, or did he find some info about that?
Yeah, so as you ask him sort of how he knows, he says, "Oh, well, I really enjoy the sort of chess game that it is to understand why people do the things they do, especially when they are political figures. And now that we don't have royalty in the way that the old world did, but we have these people that consider themselves general managers and mayors and things like this, it is very intriguing to me. I learned by talking to some of the people at the corn bottle and some other places that the original settlers of Greyford were called the Tholsons. That is 3 siblings, 2 men and a woman, all dwarves, and they are responsible for the creation of nitroglycerin, or the discovery of nitroglycerin in the creation of dynamite as we have it today. Apparently, the mayor, his father, was a friend of these people when they settled here, but his father is gone, and he has tried to get the same amount of reverence and respect that the Tholsons have, but he has never been able to achieve it. People just respect them more.
Okay.
I think it has put them at odds in some ways.
Okay. With that in mind, I'm gonna go ahead and walk into the sheriff's station.
All right. So, the first thing you see as you go into the sheriff's station is that there is this really rowdy dwarf that is very obviously drunk. His cheeks are very red. He's an old man, and he's sort of got some shackles on him on his back there. And there is a dwarven woman with a sheriff's star on her outfit there. And this old dwarf man says, "I didn't mean nothing by it. I was just gonna borrow it. I know I can't return it, but I've been good for it tomorrow." And this woman, she says, "You know what? I don't really care. I'm so tired of having to get you in here every day, and then somebody having to bail you out every day. You're lucky your family's who they are." And she goes ahead and says, "You know where to go," and she just sort of like lets him go, and she unlocks his shackles and says, "Go on," and he walks right over. He keeps rambling, but he walks right over to a cage and puts himself in.
The town drunk.
And so she sort of just does this, and then she looks over to her secretary, which is an old lady here behind a desk here, this very old dwarven lady. She says, "You said I had somebody waiting for me in my office?" And this old lady says, "Yes, there's a human woman named Cornelia. She wants to talk to you." And so this dwarven sheriff sort of nods, turns, looks at you, tips her hat, and then goes on back into an area that is beyond your sight, into an office through a swinging door.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of let that conversation happen, and I'm gonna go up to the secretary. Hi, my name is Givik.
Oh, that's a lovely name, Mr. Givik. It's nice of you to
man.
visit us. Have you been here before? I don't always remember everything.
It's been a long time. It's okay if you don't remember. What's your name?
Let me look it up.
Look up my name.
I'm Mildred.
It's lovely to meet you, Mildred. I was actually wondering if you could give me some information on something.
Well, sure, I can try to help you.
I just hand her the wanted photo, the wanted poster of the...
Oh, are you a bounty hunter?
I wouldn't call myself a bounty hunter. I just sometimes will pick up jobs here and there, and this one caught my eye.
Well, yeah, all I know about her is that, well, let me look at some of my records, because I know the United Army likes to do this and have a little pamphlet they keep updated with all the things that have happened and references and suspicions about some of their outlaws, but I decided to do it a little bit myself too. And she sort of gets this little booklet out that she's written all in Dwarvish, and she looks at it and says, "Oh yeah, the Fallen Sun game. So what I have here looks like my only note is that they are hobgoblins."
I don't say anything, and I just stare at her for a minute. And then I say, "Anything else in your records, ma'am?"
Well, I don't know if I wrote it down or if I'm just remembering it now, but I think they're some of the ones that just try to rob people and not necessarily kill them outright, but I think they have killed people.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the information. Just had one other question.
Mm-hmm.
What are your opinions? Do you have any opinion of the mayor?
Oh, You mean... Whoops. Mayor Galdenson. Oh, he's a nice enough young man. I've never personally met him. Well, I've seen him come through and never talked to him.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. That's really all I needed.
Well, sure.
Genocide the hobgoblins and go. No, that's horrible.
They're your cousins.
Yeah, they're distantly related to me. Okay. I'm gonna wait outside for Cornelia to come out. I don't want to just hang out in the sheriff's office.
Right. You go outside and there's a little awning that you can lean under for a little bit. You see that there's some people going around, walking their horses, putting them out in front of some places that they're only going to be in a few minutes. You know that all of your horses are actually in one of the stables outside of the main part of the city. This city, like many others, is sort of surrounded by farms and ranches and things. And even though it's very difficult to farm efficiently here, it's necessary because you gotta have food somehow. But people usually only expect a very small percentage of their crops to really succeed. But
just because of the environment.
Yeah, the environment, it just doesn't host them well, and some of the crops that do grow pretty well are just kind of disgusting. But there's all these sorts of places around these settlements that have just farmland and things like that around. And one of the stables that you came by, you guys paid somebody to take good care of your horses for now. But you sort of sit out here for a little bit, and you notice that as you're looking around over here near the Hralti Mines, the entrance to the Hralti Mines, there's a group of dwarves. They seem a little younger, but they're all wearing red sashes, 2 red sashes around each of their arms. And they seem like there might be another mercenary company. But as you're just observing them, they almost could also seem like they're just a bunch of almost like kids hanging out in the parking lot after school kind of thing. That's sort of, it's hard to tell exactly what their thing is, but there's 5 of them in total. And
they're just kind of loitering.
One of them is a human, but the rest are dwarves.
Thanks, Potato. Thanks for stopping in, man.
So, as you're sort of sitting there, it's a little while that you're waiting, and Karam is sort of looking around. You hear a lot of commotion over in this area in the first quadrant, just because that's where a lot of people, there's the train station right there, and a lot of people that are trying to get their businesses up and started just sort of have this sort of market square area where they are right there in front of Amberford Ales trying to hawk to people out in that area. The train hasn't come in today that you've heard. You are sure you would have heard it, and it's not there right now.
And what is this Cartwright area?
So the Cartwright is somebody that specifically makes carts and wagons and things.
Okay.
And so you'd assume that's just pretty much all they're doing.
If Cornelia still hasn't come out, I kind of do want to go walk around in the market area where people are trying to sell some stuff. Just to
absolutely.
See what they have.
Yeah, it's about like 20 minutes or so, and she hasn't come out. And you know that she can have pretty long conversations because she gets a lot of information, and she's very good at getting a lot of information, whatever she needs to know. So you
good
sort
to
of
know.
You go out and walk with Karam, and as you're going through, you see that the first thing that happens is there's a little half-orc boy that he's only got one tusk, looks like the other one's broken, and he's got a little bit of a swollen eye, and he comes over with a rag and a little thing hanging, sort of leatherish bucket thing hanging from his side, and he says,
You need a shoe sign?
Yeah, how much?
I can get your boots are pretty dirty. I can do it 2 copper.
Yeah, I give him 2 copper.
all right, here's my stool, and you realize now that he basically had just a stool slung over his back on a rope, and he just puts it out for you, and as you sort of sit there and then let him clean up your boots for a little bit, you get to look around while he's doing this, and there's just a lot of people trying to start their own little business. Some of them are just people trying to like get people interested in a patent. You're noticing. With some metalwork type thing or some invention or something like that, and a lot of people are just trying to sell like, oh, here's some clean water for you, which is a big deal for a lot of people. They're selling it in sort of small amounts though, or people are trying to sell their goods and their vegetables. Not a lot of the trade stuff, although there is one person that's trying to sell. It looks like sort of small knives that can be hidden pretty easily.
Okay.
And Karam says, if you do not mind, I'm going to go take a look at the metalworks. I know it is just a place that has a variety of metal goods for people that need that sort of thing for their business, but I am very interested in overhearing and learning something and going up on a rumor that I think that I might have an interest in.
Okay. You want some company, or should I check out some of these vendors?
Well, I don't know how long I will be there, but enjoy your time. We're all safe already here, and you have to finish your boots.
Okay. So if he's finished with the boots, I give him like 1 extra copper.
Wow, thanks. He sort of looks
copper I
over
have.
for a moment. He looks over for a moment as you gave your 2 out. It's so 10 copper make up a silver piece and 10 silver make up a gold piece. So yeah, it's not much, but you give him 3, and you notice that as he gets the 3rd one, he like looks over to the side and sort of side eyes in an area, and it almost looks like he tries to hide the last piece.
Yeah. Which direction is he looking?
So he's looking over toward this area here where somebody's just sort of leaning. There's a dwarven man sort of leaning against Amberford Ales here, and he was talking to somebody else, but he looks back at about that time, and you don't know if he saw the kid is hiding the extra copper piece.
Okay.
And your best guess is that this is probably his slave.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna hang out around the whatever the vendors are closest to like this area, and still in line of sight. But I am just gonna look around and see what people have.
Okay.
Specifically
the
I guess I'm interested in the patent one, and then the little knives.
Okay. So what you specifically see is there is a gnome that's running around and saying, I am telling you guys that as soon as this takes off, you just got to give me some money, and I will ensure that not only can we make a steam sled that's a lot more efficient, we can put a whole lot more people in it. I just need some money, all right? Anybody interested? That's all I can tell you. I've got some schematics right here. And you sort of see this guy as he's going around, and he spots you, and he sees you looking at him, and he says, hey, buddy.
Oh, no. I say hi.
Howdy do, man. Listen, you like to travel, I can tell.
I do.
Am I right?
I do.
Yeah. In fact, I bet you got a horse, don't you?
I do. His name's Henry.
Well, lovely name for a horse.
He's
but
extremely
it's not
ugly.
gonna matter, because once I tell you what I got here, you're gonna eat that horse for lunch. Listen, we've got an idea so revolutionary, me and some buddies of mine, that it is going to change the game in the Barrens forever. You heard of a steam sled, right?
Never have.
You gotta be kidding. Well, consider me just a little shook by that, but it doesn't matter. I understand. I'm from Craterton. Not everybody is. That's okay. Imagine, if you will, sort of a flat sled-like thing made of metal. You can climb in, but it gets you more energy than a horse does as you're going somewhere. Travel the distance that you could travel in 2 days, in just 1 day, because you're using the power of science, coal, and cold water. And we have made a steam engine. Imagine like a small little train, small little locomotive, but it's all your own. Those exist, but I have what is undeniably the best idea that is possible with some money to make sure that these things go even further on less fuel. I just need a very small, considering the nature of this thing, a very small investment to make sure that this can come to fruition.
What kind of small investment are we talking about?
Well, how much do you think it's worth to be able to travel 2 days in the amount of time that it takes one, and then nothing's going to be able to catch you? You know, you go into like a dire bear near the mountains or something, and you see that thing, and it comes down. It won't be able to catch you. It's not fast enough. How much would that be worth to you?
I'm going to make a persuasion roll and say I'll become one of your investors for 8 gold pieces.
Okay, make a persuasion.
17 plus 7.
Okay. Let me see what that is real quick. 24. So this man, this little gnome man, sort of stares at you for a moment and says, "Who do you think you are?" Listen. I didn't even know that there was a comedy club here in Grayford. But all right. Funny. I get it. Listen, I mean, what's the most amount of money you've ever seen? It doesn't have to be right now. I'm not going to do anything. Just the most amount of money you've ever seen in your life in one place. Maybe you held in a coin purse or something.
Who do you think you are? I guess my persuasion roll didn't work.
No.
With a 24?
That's not how rolls work. It doesn't do the impossible.
It doesn't do the impossible. But I made those 8 gold pieces sound so good.
I want to keep trying to fly until I get a natural 20 every moment of every day.
Who do you think you are? I don't know what's the payout for a job that we usually would do.
Some of the best jobs you've ever done, you've got a personal payout just after splitting it. The best one you've ever done, which was sort of an anomaly, was like around 200 gold a person.
Yeah. I tell him, I guess the most I've ever had on me would be 100 at a time.
Right. All right. Well, you have a good day, and I'm gonna go do my thing. Okay. And
have a good one.
And he goes up.
It's worth a try.
So as you're doing this, somebody actually comes by, and he says, "Hey, buddy, hey," and you turn and see that it's this guy that's he's selling a bunch of these knives. He's got them out in an open rack here.
Hey, want to buy some knives?
Kind of, but he has them all open. There's no reason to hide them. But he's got these really thin, like stiletto knives. Some of which, well, he's got them all on this sort of leather parcel that he can roll out. And he says, "You look like the kind of person that maybe could use some discreet protection if you were ever, caught. You had your weapons taken from you. I mean, old gods forbid that ever happen. But maybe this would be of interest to you." and I'm not gonna try to charge you 10,000 gold like that little gnome.
Is that how much he wanted? I say that to him.
Well, practically, yeah. But you know how gnomes are. Anyway, these right here.
Oh, I know him. I know him.
Funny guy. Funny guy. Well, these right here are some of the thinnest knives that are durable and strong that you're ever going to find. Very easy to hide in a sleeve, but also just well crafted. I get them crafted by a local blacksmith, especially for me, for this purpose. And let me tell you, I've got stories of people whose lives have been saved by this stuff.
I'm intrigued.
So say you want to go to a dangerous place like Vice Gulch, where they're going to, in some casinos, take away your ability to defend yourself. One of these, just keep it hidden in a little sleeve, right there on your wrist. They're never going to know the difference. Somebody comes after you after being angry in a game, they've drank too much, but you can ensure that, you know, abiding by the unspoken rule of law that is somebody attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself. You're all set. You don't even have to get your knuckles dirty.
How much are you looking for?
I'll tell you what, I could depart with one of these. Again, well-crafted things, just 10 gold for a nice thin knife.
Gonna try to get me to spend all my money. Yeah. I don't have something like that, so that's probably a good idea to have. I don't tell him I don't have that though.
Mm-hmm.
Say, what's your favorite?
Well, here we go. I like this one in particular just because it's got, you know, it's not nearly as durable as the others, but it's so much thinner, so much easier to hide. All of them are going to be easy to hide in some way or another, but this one's good for boots if you want to hide it in there. This one's good for you know, just hiding in your belt. But this one right here, it's short, it's like a little needle itself, but if you look at this right here at the end, you can sort of fold out the back of it to make a you heard of brass knuckles? Well, this is like the inside of that. You fold it out, you hold it in your wrist, in your between your fingers. It's got this little blade that comes out, and you could punch somebody and have a lot of control over that. It's very easy to hide just because look at this, and he sort of folds this thing out. It looks like just almost like a little rectangle with a slight little blade that you can see at the end, but you pop that off and twist it, and it's almost like a corkscrew at that point, and the blade comes straight out and you can hold it right like that. And he says, so if you really want to be discreet, I would recommend this. Unless you're a mercenary, right? You have that look and you got that pin on you. I don't know what your company is, but I can tell that you're somebody that wants to really make sure that you're well protected. I tell you what, I don't show this to just anybody, but if you're willing to spend a little more, I've worked with some more reputable gnomes before, and you know how ingenious some of them can be. Let me show you what I call the wrist rocket. And he sort of takes you aside a little bit, and he shows you this sort of leather contraption that wraps around your wrist, and it looks just like a bracer, but there's this little mechanical parts hidden under it that allow you to sort of just flick your wrist and a knife comes out right there under your palm.
Assassin's Creed style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Say, now that's more like it.
All right, it's going to cost a little more. You know that, right?
How much?
All right, I can get you this one for 22 gold.
Deal.
22 gold that you're never going to have to... Oh, yeah, all right, works out. So he goes ahead and says, let's just figure this out right now. And you go ahead and you can detract your 22 gold.
Yeah.
Did you already take your 1 gold out for the morning?
I
purpose?
did not. So that
All
would
right.
be. Oh, I can only suggest here.
Oh no! Let me make you an editor real quick. All right. If you refresh it, you can now edit.
So that was 22
Yeah. So a total of
and then
23 so
23.
far.
Okay.
And then
Oop.
after that's done, I'll figure out your cool. So it's down to 30, which technically after that will be 29 and 7 silver. There we go. 29 gold piece, 7 silver. After your copper from the shoe
Yep.
shine. All right. So he says, I appreciate your business, my friend. I spend some time around here, and here, Craterton, and Canyon City. Come back and find me sometime.
I appreciate doing business with you.
Absolutely. Stay safe. I know you will now.
I go ahead and put it on my wrist.
All right. So essentially, this is going to work exactly like a dagger. It's just something you can absolutely hide way easier, and will, if you ever are disarmed in any way, this is something that you can take advantage of. So,
Okay.
wrist rocket dagger. All right. So as this has gone on for a while, it's getting near to sort of midday at the moment. Is there something you'd like to do?
No, I'm just kind of strolling around to the rest of the vendors and also just kind of keeping my eye on this dude.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you keep looking back at this way, you see that he's definitely just has his boy going around asking for money. He's using them as child labor in that sense, and otherwise he's sort of just smoking cigarettes out at the edge of that building, so occasionally talking to somebody as they come up. But as you're sort of walking around there, you happen to walk in this area and see that out in the metalworks area, there's a tree made out of metal right here. It's this little symbol, this dark spot. That's
Okay.
just a crafted sculpture that's over there, and you see that Karam is actually sort of looking up at it and sort of as if he's trying to determine some artistic value in it. And as you look that way, somebody else actually approaches you, and there's a sort of pale dwarf that comes up, a man. And he doesn't have any beard at all, which is unusual. You don't see a lot of them that have shaved their beards off, but every once in a while. But this guy says, "Hey, you are the minstrel we saw performing yesterday, eh?"
Yeah, that's me.
"Oh, very good. My boss liked your performance. Wanted to know if maybe you would want to have a bit of an audience with him again today. He's got a dinner with a special friend of his, a lunch date, so to speak. Wants to know if you might like to perform."
Who's your boss?
He does not want me to say his name.
How much is he paying?
I don't know the exact amount, but I know it's going to be good money.
What time?
Right now, if you can.
Give me just a minute and I'll be right back. And I'm gonna go over to
Very well.
Karam.
All right. You walk over to Karam, and he says, hello, my friend.
Hi. You like this tree?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? Is this a tree? Or is it just something that looks like a tree? I think that is the idea behind this piece. Obviously, it is not functional, as any tree would be, but there is a tree inside of it. Therefore, is this piece the tree? It's just the outside. It's the whole thing. It does not continue to grow, but they continue to put more metal pieces on it. So in some ways it grows quicker than deadwood. Therefore, is it technically the realest tree that there is? Or is it not a tree at all? Is it a waste of metal? Or is it something more? It is very philosophical. I am intrigued by it.
I guess that's why art is subjective.
Yes, I think that is right.
So I've been approached to put on a show for someone now.
Oh,
Figured we could use a little bit of extra cash,
yes.
extra gold, as it were.
Well, that is fortuitous then.
So I'm gonna go do that. I'm assuming
Okay.
he wants me to go alone, but maybe just check, maybe trail along.
I think I will come anyway. He has not said anything about you going alone yet.
No, but he was very cryptic about who I'm performing for and how much it would pay. So,
Well,
you know, let's go talk
I'm
to him.
going to come
just,
with you.
Just come with me and we'll talk to him.
no. So as you go over to him, he's sort of been like standing in the same spot, just watching and waiting.
Okay.
And as you go up to him, he just looks at the two of you and is silent. Just, are you ready to go?
We're ready.
Okay. And he leads you both in this direction. So he actually ends up taking you back into the Undercity.
Okay.
In the right here, this first quadrant. You go in there, and then I'm sorry, that's a mistake. He doesn't take you that well. Maybe he does. Let me see if it connects. Yeah, no. Instead of that, he takes you over through the city, and he goes over and takes you to the Lofty Mines, actually.
Okay.
And as you go into here, so it's down in this area, and you sort of go through this little spiraling thing down into the earth, and there's another set of doors even down below that you guys have to go through, and he actually has to unlock this with 2 keys. And as you go inside, it looks pretty much like you would expect the inside of a cleared out mine to look like, except there's this one section of it that almost just completely changes in its appearance to almost look like more of what we would consider the analog of like a jazz bar kind of thing.
Okay.
And in here, you are brought into this area that there are several guards. They are of different races. There's a human, there's a dwarf, and there's a half-orc as well. And they're all sort of guarding this area, and they are well dressed for guards as well, but they just sort of stand there, and they're sort of dressed similarly to this little guy that brought you. But he motions you to go inside, and as you sort of walk in, there's not like a door here, it's just sort of this open frame. There is this really, really dark passage ahead of you, and he points out the stage near you. This is a very small area. There's a few people sitting in front of it in little wooden stools and everything, and they're like eating, and you don't know if one of these is like the boss or whatnot. But just beyond that, in that passage that's particularly dark, you can see there's a lot of like smoke coming up from it, very dark smoke. And it's sort of wispy, as if this isn't necessarily like a wood smoke or anything, but like an incense or something.
Mhm.
And he sort of sets you there and says, just do the songs that you did last night. That should be good. And we will tell you when you are done. And so he says, your friends can sit here. And so Karam sits there in front of you, not too far away, and he's sort of, you know that he does have a pistol on him for emergencies. In this case, he has a revolver, and he's sort of sitting down, but he's somewhat intrigued, but he also he's not stupid, so he is being very cautious and looking around. But
they didn't check us for weapons before we came in here?
they didn't seem to mind if you had him.
Okay.
And in fact, if you wear your sidearm just at the side, they seem fine with that.
Yeah.
So you're in there and you have your harmonica, and you begin
I start playing. I walk up on stage and I begin to play.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and make a performance check. In fact, go ahead and do it with advantage.
Okay.
You have a +7 to your performance checks.
First one was a 14 with the additive, and then the second one was a, what is it, my +7? 18.
Okay. So you begin to perform. It actually echoes pretty well. There's nice sort of acoustics right in this spot, and you continue to perform as you tend to do, and you just keep going with it. As you're looking around at everybody, you see that a few people are kind of looking and saying, "Oh, that's nice. That's not too bad." And however, the area that's the darkest, or this sort of dark incense is sort of floating up, you see this sort of effulgence of a sudden a match being lit, and you can barely see a cigar being lit by this match as it goes into this person's mouth. And with the it's difficult to see with the circumstance of the smoke and everything, but you can barely kind of see that there is a sort of, it seems like a baldish person with a very white face that's smoking this thing, and there's somebody near him that you can kind of see. There's a table in front of him. If you want to try to perceive more about that, you can make a perception check to see if you can get any more details.
Natural 20.
Nice. Okay. So you really focus, and you have pretty good eyes already, and you're able to see in the dark because of your dark vision as part of your race. But as you're performing, nice, you continue to focus, and as your vision sort of hones in, you get the sense that this is not the natural color of this person's face. They have kind of this sort of tannish features underneath what seems to be a painted on or a tattooed skull right over their face.
Okay.
And at various places, at first you think this might be blemishes. There's actually kind of little dots and ornamentation in the paint or tattoos that are on this face that you can't tell the color of. It's all sort of gray and black and white to you, but you think there might be even sort of a somewhat of a jagged floral pattern on it. And this head seems a little bit larger than like a normal person's head as well.
Does he look human, or does he look more orcish?
For the most part, you don't see any tusks. It does seem human-like, but his head is almost like 50% larger than a normal average human's head.
Okay.
And that's all you can see there, except that there's sort of a very muscular neck, and that's all you can see in the light.
I can't see anybody sitting with him.
You can tell that there's the vague shape of
Yeah.
maybe a woman sitting next to him.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So, as you finish one of your first set of songs that just all run into each other like this medley, you have everybody sort of silent right afterwards, and you're used to like clapping and everything, and they just keep eating, and then you were told that, hey, keep going.
Right,
so
until I'm told not to do it anymore. Okay, I go into the next set of songs, I guess.
Yeah, so as you continue to do this, and while this is happening, you see that somebody comes in with a dwarf comes in with some scars on his face, and he comes in with a package. He looks kind of shifty, and he's talking to somebody there, and he looks over. He's asking some questions. You can't hear through what you're doing, but he seems to be indicating like, "Can I do this right here, right now?" That kind of thing. And as he does it, this other person just sort of nods and says something to him, and they go ahead and exchange something, and he hands out some sort of inside this box there are other boxes, much smaller boxes, and he's handing them out, and they're counting them out, and then somebody's like looking inside each one of them, they're weighing it, and then there's this little scale right next to them, and then they're done with that at one of these side tables that you just noticed. And once they're done, this guy is paid specifically with some coins, some golds, and maybe something else. There seemed to be some sort of paper that went along with it as well.
Mhm.
And this guy just goes on, and this person goes back into the darkness, into another area of the darkness that just took this stuff from him.
This is all happening like over to my left, like.
Yeah. So the guy that's sitting out in the darkness is more to your left. This all happens sort of in the right near the entrance.
Oh, so not near the guy in the dark.
Right. Well, eventually he left to go sort of in toward the guy in the dark, but that was.
Did he pass in front of me?
Yeah, he would have passed somewhat in front.
Is can you explain thieves' cant to me? The language.
So thieves' cant is something that there's a lot of uses for it. You can, in normal conversation, talk to somebody else that knows it, which your entire group has intentionally learned it. In normal conversation, you can hide other meanings in the words that you say by saying it in particular ways. You would just describe, I want to, like if you wanted to use it, you could say like, I want to communicate, hey, this is dangerous, we should get out of here, by just like talking to somebody. And it might be like, hey, do you remember this event, something, something, something? And that's like your particular way of saying it, that kind of thing. But it's something that like a lot of tramps and thieves and rogues would know. But alternatively, another part of thieves' cant is essentially sign language that you guys can use to communicate with each other.
Okay. I just want to signal somehow to Karam to just like take note of that person.
Yeah. So you sort of as you're going about, you suddenly like grab it in one hand, you put your hand down to sort of like wipe it off of sweat or anything, but as you do it, you make a symbol, and then you come back up, and Karam sort of just turns over and looks, and he's watching. And what I want you to do real quick is make a sleight of hand check.
What is that, Dex?
That is a dexterity, yep. So you're gonna have a +3.
17.
Okay. Yeah, so you go ahead and do that. You do it very subtly. Eventually, that guy comes back out and just sits down near another booth again, and it looks like he's constantly like looking for people that might be coming in that direction. But you finish up another set of songs, and as you're done, you sort of hear this light tapping sound from somewhere in the darkness there, and the guy that brought you in says, "It is very good, thank you. I will take you back out now."
Okay. I let Karam know that we're. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as you're sort of saying, okay, you get up and you're about to leave, and you hear, "Wait," from it sort of just echoes out, and it's very subtle. It's very light, soft-spoken, but there's a lot of authority in it.
I stop and I turn around.
And you hear, "Please, let us make sure that we are honoring the guests who came to do this for us. Please, show them how entertained you are." And so everybody just starts clapping and like, just seems like genuinely like, wow, that was great. And they now have the freedom to be able to do that. And they go ahead and clap for you. And he says, "Make sure to pay him well for his troubles." And so you guys are escorted back out.
Okay. I thank him for the opportunity as we're walking out.
All right. So as you go out there, this dwarf says, "It is good. You did exactly what we asked. We thank you. No hard times are here. So this is yours. And he goes ahead and gives you a bag, and it's a pretty hefty little bag there. And he says, if I come find you again, maybe you do more entertainment for us, yeah?
Yeah, anytime.
If you ever go to Vice Gulch, maybe we find you again then. And so you guys sort of depart. You get back out into the out of the under part of the city. You're back out in the overcity, and you count out that you actually just made 25 gold.
Okay.
Okay. So Karam says, well, I can't say that I understand exactly what just happened, but I was watching that man, and I am pretty sure that there is a contraband in there, which is odd, because there is nobody that is regulating drugs, but there are people, I have heard, that are regulating who has the right to sell which drugs. And mostly that is done in Vice Gulch, so I think that is a connection. People don't like it when other people step onto their territory, so to speak, in this way.
Different drug dealers' turfs. I described to Karam the man that I saw in the shadow with the seemingly almost like face paint type white on his face with the different markings.
Huh. I do not know. I am familiar with a tradition among kobolds in which they will take the skulls of their dead ancestors, those who died before them, their parents, etc., and they will paint them up with floral patterns and put them around their territories, for one, to ward people away from bothering them, but also as a way of honoring those that have passed from them. It sounds like what you're describing is very similar, but obviously this man was not 2 foot tall. He could not have been a kobold.
No, he was much larger than even a regular human would be. As far as his dimensions, as far as his head.
Well,
from what I can see.
I'll keep an ear out to see if maybe there are other connections we can make by the time we leave. Very intriguing. Okay.
Cobalts. Okay. Interesting.
All right. So as you,
Go
what
ahead.
would you like?
I was just gonna say I'm looking back toward the sheriff's office to see if I see Cornelia.
Yeah. So you guys sort of walk over there to see, and actually, as you get there, you do see her stepping out. Looks like her conversation is finally at an end. And she has a bunch of papers that she's written on. She takes a lot of notes on things. And as you sort of approach her there, she looks over. Excuse me. She looks over to you to the right and sort of nods her head. Well, I know at least one of y'all went to the brothel, because I've already heard there was a bit of a ruckus. I figured I knew who it was. The day treating you well so far?
Yeah, that'd be Jack. What kind of trouble is he causing?
I think he's just a little overeager, but I figured it out. Anyway, I got everything I think I'm gonna need to be able to talk to you guys tonight about what we might try to pursue. So, if I got the two of you, I'll go find Offgrim at some point. In fact, I think it's probably best if we go ahead and get Jack out of the brothel, so I'll get him as well. If you guys want to meet me, y'all want to meet me back where we're sleeping, we got some things to talk about.
Okay. Sounds great.
All right. So you guys go ahead and, are you going straight there?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are the first ones back to the room, and it's not that much later that Cornelia and Jack show up with Offgrim right behind. And Jack has a very large grin in his face. He seems to have had a good day. But he's got a somewhat of a black eye. And Offgrim comes in. He looks as dour as ever, but he sort of sits down as these really calm, sort of steely eyes there. Sits down and just waits for Cornelia to speak. So, let me grab this. So Cornelia looks out at everybody, and you sort of have this stone table between you. Imagine a little bit of, if you remember playing Skyrim, Markarth was the place that had a lot of like stuff built into the stone. A lot of the architecture under here is like that.
Okay.
But Cornelia,
we're back under Leafson's brewery, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. You're back in the sort of bedding area of that. She says, "Well, I learned a lot by talking to the mayor here, and although she wasn't the sheriff here, she's not the kind of sheriff I tend to deal with. It was, I got some good information that I might not have gotten otherwise. Anyway, here's what we got. We got a few options. First, we could potentially escort a trade wagon to Pale Hill. That's a job that we can get a good amount of money. It's not going to be the most we could ever make, but that does mean that there's not a whole lot of settlements out that way for us to stop at. We'd have to supply up pretty well. We'd also be going through a particular area that is known to have goblin slavers. So the only one of us that would really be of potential use to slavers, of course, would be Karam. So I think everybody else pretty much wouldn't be targeted. So there is that. But we have another option. That is to track down a runaway slave. So here's the issue with this one. I think we all are somewhat on the same page of the idea that it's really messy getting into anything involving slaves whatsoever. This one does happen to pay a whole lot of money. So I'll leave that at that. Here's a third option. We could go out and try to discover the fate of a lost caravan. This would be particularly something that the sheriff has an interest in. There is a caravan that went south a little ways back, and it has not reported back to anybody at any place for months. And somebody really wants to make sure that we at least find out what happened to it. So we just got to get evidence of what happened to it. And fourth, we have a bounty contract we could pursue to kill the Claude Gaines gang. He's as far as I understand, it's a gang of humans. They've been causing some trouble in some of the farms and other areas and small settlements that are unmarked all over the place. But they are supposedly held up in part of the Sunbreaker Mountains. I have a pretty good idea of where we can look to find that out. Here's my fifth and final option. There are some dwarven settlers that want to clear out a cave not too far from here, but we don't know what kind of dangers are in that cave. We just know that one of them went in and was slaughtered by something. So, I'm up for any questions anybody has so we can decide what we're doing, but also who's going on what, because I think that our best interest is actually to split out into two groups for two contracts.
Well, whereabouts is the cave?
So the cave is going to be 2 days away, and that's going to be a little bit to the west of us.
And then where was where was the caravan headed? They got lost.
So they were headed down to try to start a settlement about a few days east of Canyon City. Nobody's found any trace of where it went.
I think best practice would be we at least go the same general direction. That way we're not too far from each other if we are gonna decide to split up.
I'd agree with that.
So one group could go check out the caravan while the other one went towards Sunbreaker Mountains to pursue the gang.
Yep. So
One obviously
what I know
sounds
about-
more dangerous than the other.
But what I do know about the gang is they have at least 6 members, maybe more.
And there's 4 of us, 5 of us, and we're gonna split up.
Yeah, so that is, we've been in similar situations before, but I don't know how smart these fellas are. Haven't been able to learn a whole lot about them. I just know that they've been stealing food, specifically. Seems like they might be a little bit of an upstart type of gang, just starting up, trying to get a bit of a stronghold for themselves. Of course, all you really need to be able to take them out is the element of surprise, as we've learned before, even if they have a greater number. And Jack says, or you could just use some dynamite, does it real fast. And Cornelia says, well, that's true if you're willing to pay for it, but it's not cheap.
Don't suppose any of us have any dynamite.
No.
Well, that's my vote as far as if we are definitely having to split up, we go for those 2. Obviously, Jack being a rogue would have the best chances of catching the gang by surprise, but I don't want to put anybody in danger that isn't willing to, take on that number with just 2 or 3 of you.
Oh man, I wouldn't have any problem with it. They wouldn't even hear me coming. Guaranteed. And I give as good as I get. We all know that. And and Karam says, yes, you do receive a lot of bullets sometimes.
Yikes.
And Jack says, hey, well, that was one time, and my butt protected me.
Your butt?
Yeah. He's been shot in the butt before.
Great. Yeah,
Well,
I say Jack.
Cornelia sort of nods and says, you're making sense so far.
Think
Give it.
whoever wants to go with Jack, if you need 2, or if you think you just need 1.
Well, it's probably wise for us to consider sending the larger number. If we're splitting 3 and 2, the larger number should go for the gang. I think that's absolutely so. It just is a matter of who's going. Do you have a preference? This is your idea, give it.
I think I would probably rather go with you to the gang, and then maybe Karam or all seem pretty capable. Then we send the other 2 to the caravan.
All right then. So Karam and Ofgrim go looking for evidence of the caravan, and you and I, Jack, go elsewhere, and we'll try to find this gang, take them out. This is a dead or alive situation, but I doubt there's going to be a whole lot of interest in getting paid anymore for bringing them in alive, so we might as well kill them. All right then. Where do we want to meet, and how many days do we want to meet? There's the next question. So it looks like the caravan's probably going to take the longest amount of time to potentially get to, discover whatever needs to be discovered about it. But it is southward. We already know that we want to eventually get back to Low Ridge. My suggestion would be that we try to wait for each other, maybe down in Craterton, until we can all find each other.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Refresh me, why are we going? Where is Low Ridge?
So Low Ridge is sort of in the east, on the other side of the Sunbreaker Mountains. It's going to be sort of central east. Right there on your.
What am I?
There's
missing
little.
here?
There's 4 little settlements that are near each other in a sort of a diamond. Go central, and then look in the east.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And Low
Okay.
Ridge is right next to the mountains there, and that's
Yeah.
where your home is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
All right. Well, there's no use in trying to beat the sun right now, so we can go first thing in the morning, split up, go in the directions we're going, and I'll get a little more clear information to make sure I have a good idea of where exactly this cave's going to be that we could find the gang in, whether they're in there at the time that we find them or not. But if there's anything anybody else needs to do in Grayford, this is the time to do it, because we're leaving first lap.
Just make sure that we have enough rations for the trip.
Yeah, good call. So, actually, if we look on the interface, the food and water, as you're going, there's a very simplified way that I've developed to do this. There's easy survival checks to make that you can do to determine how much you're finding along the way, to scavenge, and like if you're finding water, purifying it along the way by taking a little time to make makeshift water purifying things and whatnot. But each day, as you guys are traveling, you have 5 party members and 5 horses. So this will change a little bit depending on how many people are in your group at the time. But if you're all together, that's 5 pounds of food, 10 gallons of water, 5 bags of feed. Right now you have 50 of everything, so you're pretty well supplied for 10 days at the moment. Cornelia does say, though, let me take care of, I know, Karam, you spent everything you got personally. I'm not gonna dig into any of your personal funds. I've got enough in our collective funds for our emergencies that I can get enough to split up between the rest of us. So I'll take care of that by the end of the day.
Okay.
All right. And so, let me go ahead and oops, not 800. Okay. And she'll take care of that by the end of the day. So, in the meantime, is there anything else you want to do in Grayford while you're here?
I guess the only thing I didn't do that I thought about doing was talking to the mayor, but I don't really have much to say to the mayor, so
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. So, do you want to perform on this particular night or anything, or just take it easy and go to bed?
I am gonna do soothing song just to like lull them to sleep for
Okay.
a good night's rest.
All right, good. So as you guys all go to sleep around the same time, you go ahead and make sure that everybody sort of calmed down and everybody gets a good rest, and they're should be up and able in the morning. So the night goes by. You wake up. It is the 23rd of in summer. So fall is just around the corner. There's 30 days in each month here.
Yeah.
Each week
Oh.
is 5 days long. And as you guys are preparing, you sort of split up. You go get your horses and you split away from Karam and Ofgrim, and they go ahead and head out a little bit earlier than you guys. So you and Jack and Cornelia are all together, and she begins to lead you in the direction you guys should go. So if you look at the overworld map,
Mm-hmm.
She points out that the area you're going is going to be technically right next to Vice Gulch, just 1 hex south west of it in this sort of mountainous area at the edge.
Okay.
And so you're kind of headed in the same direction, but based on the info that Ofgrim and Karam have, they're actually going to follow next to the train tracks for a while. So they're going in a slightly different way. So each day of travel, each hex represents a standard day of travel. So for now, what's going to happen is as you're leaving Greyford, we'll be trying to get you into the next hex south of Greyford. And
Yep.
I'm going to roll on a table that I have to determine if anything in particular happens to you during that day.
While you do that, I'm
Yes.
going to take a couple minute break. I'm gonna go to the restroom and I'm gonna grab some decaf coffee.
Okay.
Sound good? Okay.
Yep.
Alright, so coffee is brewing, sorry.
Not a problem. Alright, let me grab something real quick.
How am I doing so far?
Doing really well from my perspective.
It's been a while since
Alright.
I've played D&D, so...
No, this works out really well. I think you're doing just as great as anybody would, so. You definitely have like more experience and it's obvious that you have a little more experience with just like getting right into it than a lot of people do when they're first like being reintroduced to it. So I think it's going great.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
All right. So fix this up. And
Who do you think you are? Worth a shot.
all right. So, is there anything in particular you're doing as you're traveling at the moment? You guys just on your horses.
It's pretty barren out here, right?
Yeah, so
Haha,
mostly the
da-dum.
landscape. The landscape, especially in the area that you're in right now, it's just a lot of sand all over the place. Sometimes there's slight elevation changes with like not quite dunes, but places where there are rocks underneath and the sand is sort of collected on it. And in the summer especially, a lot of dust storms blow the sand all over in different areas. But there's also a lot of mesas and rocks and things out and about. So sometimes people that travel through the Barrens will try to get into places where there are a lot of rocks so that they can sort of hide in the shade of them as they're traveling. And sometimes they're a lot more dense than others. And in fact, you're coming up on a place that is pretty dense with a lot of rocks. One of the dangers of that, of course, is that if there were people to like try to ambush you, or if there were any dangerous animals that have places where they have shade, this might draw them in. But you know that in the next hour or so, you'll get in a place where there are a lot of mesas and rock formations.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just riding along and keeping an eye out, but obviously we will want to get as much shade as we can.
All right.
And I'm also talking to I'm with Cornelia and Jack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also just kind of telling them about what happened in the tavern area that we were in, where I was invited to do the performance, and kind of just describing what Karam and I saw.
Yeah, just keeping everybody up to date of what you experienced.
Just filling everybody in.
All right. As you're going around, you're here, just letting them know what happened there, and you also learn what happened to them. That Jack just sort of got into some trouble getting a little too handsy at one point, and he got punched. But he thinks he fell in love. He thinks he fell in love with the girl that punched him, and and Cornelia, you know what she was spending her time doing. She was just learning about all this, and more than 3/4 of the information that she got, she didn't share with you guys because it was either irrelevant or it was just all leading to the information she has. She's very focused. She doesn't really relax. It's not something she enjoys doing, and and
Workaholic.
yeah, she's very much into the fact that this is what we are. We're mercenaries. Let's act like it. And I have a group to lead, despite our, I'm only like this 40-year-old person, but we have stuff to do.
Yeah.
So, as you're going along, actually, let me see what your passive perception is.
Hold on one second. Okay, coffee acquired.
Nice.
Saw you were drinking something and I assumed it was coffee or tea, and it really made me want some coffee.
Yeah, it was some chai tea. Needed some energy to make sure I was focused. So as you guys are going, you said specifically you're wanting to keep an eye out for everything. So I'll have you make like a periodic perception check. So right now I'll have you make a perception check. You have a +0 to yours.
Well, I'm not very perceptive. I'm a 16.
Okay. But you're perceptive enough for this. So I'm going to have you go into the battle map and go to the tab that says larger map.
Okay.
All right. Fix this up real quick. And all right. You guys are going through this sort of area where you have a lot of shade to sort of hide behind. So in fact, you'll be sort of over here. Jack and Cornelia and you, and just test for me real quick. Write something out in one of these cells, see if it shows up.
Yep.
Awesome. Good. All right. And you notice as you're just going on and talking here.
Is this supposed to be me? DV?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got your list right here on the side. This is going to be our initiative tracker when we roll for initiative.
It's Givik, not Divik.
Oh, goodness.
That's why I was confused.
I think that was an old note. That makes sense. Okay, Givik. That makes sense. Okay. And you notice over here that somebody sort of like looking out, and like somebody is peeking out around something very barely, and then somebody else like grabs them and pulls them back a little bit.
Okay.
So, what do you do?
So I'm going to make a hand gesture with my thieves' cants and just kind of signal to them that I see someone in that general area.
What I'm also going to do is to signify that you guys are on horses. I'm going to put little asterisks next to you. So while you're on a horse, you can actually move the speed of your horse. So you can make your horse dash for like 120 feet. You can get almost anywhere. You can move 60 feet as normal. But yeah, so you signal this, and in signaling this, Jack is the only one. He's right behind you that can see this right away. Your signal.
Okay. I'm just gonna. Yeah, so I'm gonna, now that I acknowledge that Jack has seen it, I'm just gonna kind of pick up the pace a little bit and get next to Cornelia.
And if you want, just to sort of do the same thing here, you can say something in, like with Thieves' Cant, essentially hiding in this phrase, like, wow, the mesas are brown and have this particular texture, whatever it is, and she will understand that you are signaling to her that there's somebody up ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. What would you call this? A valley? Like, what is the term for this area?
Yeah, more of a. Yeah, you could call it a valley in between the
mesas. I'm just gonna say the mesas seem like they need a little bit of rain.
Yeah, so she immediately sort of nods and says, "Mm-hmm." And in fact, she says, "Yeah, I think we're due for about 6 inches soon." And you understand that as she has already spotted that she thinks there are 6 people around.
6 of them. Mm-hmm. Dang. Okay. As we get, I'm assuming we're gonna travel, like, we're traveling this way.
Yeah, you're sort of just going southward.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of continue on the same path. And then as we get, if we get like right here right out of line of sight. Do they do anything?
So you guys keep going, being very cautious. Actually, you get to this point,
Okay.
and you suddenly hear that somebody's stepping out. You hear the sort of stretching of a bowstring, and you guys, since you're aware, we can just do a normal initiative order here. So, or a normal initiative roll. So what I'll have you do is go ahead and roll initiative for yourself.
15.
All right, so write that next to your person, your name.
Oops. What the heck? Oh, next to the thing on the map?
Oh, yeah. Over on the side next to it. Oh, no. Like, if you just scroll back a little ways leftwards to get more of the thing in your screen, there's a little spot that you can put
Yeah.
where I'm clicking right now. The far edge of
Oh,
it.
I gotcha. I accidentally deleted
Oh, that's all right.
the name there, and I couldn't type it back.
All right. Here we go.
Ah, okay. I see.
All right. And once it's there, click out of it, and I should be able to put them in order. Awesome. So, all right. Okay. So you guys are a little bit ahead of me. Put that there. Put this guy here.
Oh, I didn't see this guy to the north. I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, he just came out when I said to roll initiative.
Oh, okay.
And there we go. All right. So 1, 2, and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. So the very first thing that happens is you hear that twanging, and then somebody says, "Get him!" And you see a mastiff run out, and it immediately tries to jump up at you there. So let me grab my manual real quick. And
Massive
what's
as
your-
in like a massive dog.
yeah, what is your AC?
My AC is question marks.
Whoops. It sure is. All right, so you are wearing basically studded leather,
Okay.
which means that which means that you get 12 plus Dex mod. All right, 15 is your AC right now.
Okay.
Okay, so just open one more thing and we'll be all set here. Then it'll go real smooth, like butter.
We'll see.
Okay, so this mastiff does jump up and it tries to like sort of tear you off the horse, and it does manage to latch onto your arm, and you're going to take 4 damage. So what's your HP on the
22.
thing? All right, 22 minus 4, so that's 18 out of 22. I'll put that there for now. Make it a lot easier to reference. And there you go. And then, as part of its thing, and I need you to make a strength saving throw as it tries to pull you down.
Is that a d20?
Yeah. And the saving throw for you might have a. I don't think it's strength that you.
I don't have any. I don't have plus any.
So you'll just have just a +0.
It was a 12.
All right. It is good enough to resist being pulled down. So
Okay.
This thing just sort of like grabs onto your arm, and it's sort of stuck there, just growling. Okay. Then it is Cornelia's turn, and she immediately turns with a revolver in her hand, points it toward the guy that had the mastiff, and shoots at him. And on her behalf, just for this one, I'll have you roll 2d8s.
2d8. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you can add 3 to it.
6 total, so 9 with the plus 3.
So that guy was down by 9. I track the enemies a little bit differently than I track your guys' HP, because you don't need to know their full HP, but you know your own. So,
right.
So that guy gets a shot there, and she has another shot. So she's going to fire once more at him. Hit again, and I'll have you do that same thing. 2d8.
So 13 plus 3, so 16.
All right. So that guy immediately just falls backwards, and he's out. And then she goes ahead, and she takes her horse, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 55. She will go right there and just rushes forward. All right, this outlaw over here, number 2, goes ahead and targets Jack, tries to get a good hit on him. Does manage to hit. And Jack actually takes 9 damage right away there. So I'll just copy that. Easy. And then he steps back to where he is. Now it is your turn.
Okay.
You've got a dog kind of like
he's on my right.
Your arm here. Yeah.
My right arm. Okay. So I'm assuming, since I assumed my character was right-handed, so my gun would be on my revolver would be on my right hip. So that arm is out, but I put my bracer on my left arm.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and try to, since I'm assuming I'm already like shaking it and it's not coming off, I'm gonna go ahead and like bring out the blade and attack the dog that's attacking me.
All right, so you sort of pull it in you release the little latch on it, pull it in, and try to hit the dog in the side of the head with this thing. So roll a d20. And for you're actually going to add, on this, because it's a dagger attack, it'll be a dexterity, so whatever your dexterity modifier is, plus your proficiency bonus, so it should be a +5 for you.
So total, that's a 10.
Okay, so with this, okay, so as you're doing this, it sort of rips its head in just the right motion that you don't quite get to hit it there, and you sort of go right over it as it's ripping your arm away. However, technically, yeah. So that particular attack does not work, but you, of course, still have your movement if you'd like to try that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off as fast as I can on the horse toward Cornelia.
Okay. So as you sort of run off this way and go in the same general direction, you rush off, and this thing that's trying to hold on to you is having trouble because it's starting to be flung. So it fails to hang on and sort of just gets goes underneath. In fact, I'm going to roll a percentile check for something because it's trying to. Okay, so as it's running, it sort of falls to the ground, starts to roll, and the horse runs over this dog, dealing enough damage to just bludgeon it to death as it's going.
Okay.
And so this
Good job,
mastiff
Henry.
is dead. The mastiff sort of is dragged forward and dies over here. And all right, so as you get over there, technically you haven't used a bonus action yet, so if you have any bonus actions, you could attempt them at this point.
Only thing I could do would be dash, disengage, or hide.
Right, the dash is not particularly useful at this moment unless you got down
Yeah.
off your horse. And disengage is for the purpose of if you're next to somebody and you want to get away without them getting an opportunity attack because you're leaving their 5-foot range, that's when you would disengage. That's not really useful at this moment.
I do want to just, since I don't really have another bonus action, can I just draw my rifle?
Sure. Yes, you go ahead and sort of fling your arm this way, get it nice and the blood flies out, but you grab your rifle and get it ready.
Okay.
All right. So Jack goes ahead and he sort of yells out some insults and comes out this way and begins to ride in the same direction, but halfway getting to this point, he shoots back at the one behind him there. And in subsequent games, I'm going to let you control these guys. I was just getting you back into the ways of combat.
Okay.
But shoots at that guy, will manage to hit, and I'll have you roll 2d8, again plus 3 in this case.
So that'll be a 14.
Okay. All right. That guy gets a shot. He does have an extra attack, so you can go ahead and roll that damage one more time.
You said plus 3?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 10.
So that guy is gone as well. Okay. And Jack gets over there. The number 3 sort of runs 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Runs in that direction. And number 5 is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Well, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Gets right into where he can just try to see Jack and tries to shoot a bow that way. This arrow just sort of hits the wall and bounces off a bit out over there. Oh, and the Mastiff is dead. That's right. And then it gets back to Cornelia, who immediately decides to keep going this way. Sees the guy right there as she comes around. And because she is within 5 feet of him, the thing she had in her hand was her revolver. But if you're doing a ranged attack within something that's within 5 feet of you, it actually has disadvantage, which she's going to try to try it.
Okay.
And her first shot misses wildly, so with her offhand, she takes her short sword and tries to slash this guy. Or pierce him, rather, because that's a piercing weapon. And this one will manage to hit. So I'll have you roll for her a 1d6 plus 3.
4.
Okay. And number 2 comes out over here. Sort of has the same situation here, where he comes around, doesn't realize that he didn't need his bow right away, but tries to fire it point blank, and misses Jack as Jack kind of bats the bow away with his, just as it's coming around the corner with his pistol. And then it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna aim at the guy right in front of Jack.
Okay.
With my rifle, and that is +5 to hit, range.
You have plenty of range for this one.
Okay.
The first number is the normal range. The second number is you can try this, but it'll be a disadvantage. So it should say like
It's a 14 to hit though. Okay.
Oh yeah. So it was a +5 and you had 14 to hit him?
Oh no, I'm asking if the 14 is the hit. So 14, 2 hits. Then I get a +5 on it.
Let me see real quick. Let me look at what you're looking at. Oh, so the hit, that's actually just the average of how much damage this would usually do. So you can ignore that. You're actually paying attention to the 2d10 plus 3.
So my...
so this 80 to 140 feet, you can do at normal range, just 80 feet, but you could try to shoot up to 240 feet with disadvantage, but if it's within 80 feet, it's just a normal attack.
I gotcha. Okay, so I rolled, with my +5, it's 17.
That'll hit. So roll 2d10 plus 3.
D10, what is that one?
That is a sort of flying saucer looking thing. Some of it's one half of what's considered percentile die. I could show you. This one,
I think I see it.
This is a D10.
Yeah, okay. So 2d10 plus 3 is 11.
Okay. So 11 damage. Cool. Awesome. And anything else on your turn?
I'm gonna
Your offhand sword is short sword is specifically something you can do when you're wielding light weapons in both hands. So that would be like if you have your revolver in one hand, you could have your short sword in the other hand, or another short sword in both hands.
But I've got the rifle, so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna step 5 feet toward the mesa.
Okay.
Oh wait, are we still on our horses?
Yes, you're still on your horses.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, just copy and paste that, and get rid of the old one. Okay. So, Jack goes ahead and he gets out his. Oh, you know what? We forgot. So you actually once per turn can do this, and you were in the perfect situation too. So we can sort of get this. You have the sneak attack feature. So if you have advantage on an attack that you make with a finesse or ranged weapon, you can deal an extra 1d6 damage to the creature you hit with the attack. Or you don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it. So you can roll another d6 to do another d6 damage because your ally was within the 5 feet of that enemy you were shooting.
Okay. So
just roll a
d6.
d6. I'll add that to it.
That's a 4.
Okay. Okay, so you actually did kill that guy.
Okay.
And you can do that once per turn, so...
Oh, that's cool.
Very useful, yeah. All right, and then you stepped back in. Okay, so Jack is next. He sees that guy way out there, and he's got a lot of disadvantage because his pistol doesn't shoot that far, but he can do it. He can attempt it. Or, actually, what Jack would do is he'd rush in. So 5, 10, 15, 20. He just sort of rides forward up to this point and shoots the guy. Alright, he makes his two shots. One of them hits. And roll 2d8 plus 3.
That's a 15.
Okay, nice. So, that guy is also out. And then this third one over here is right next to Cornelia, and he attempts to... he will actually use his cunning action to try to disengage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then try to shoot. And misses. And he steps one more back. But as Cornelia is next, she just sort of goes forward, gets right up next to him, and yeah, so she jumps down off of her horse and sort of just goes in with both of her attacks with the short sword here, and hits him once and comes in again. I just have to see how much damage it is, so I want you in total to add do 2d6 plus 6.
15. So I rolled a 9.
Okay. Perfect. So she hits him once in the side, brings it back out, and then hits him in the side of the neck. Alright, and he is gone.
Nice.
Alright, and her horse just goes a little forwards and then stops. So, you guys look around for a moment, make sure there's nobody else, and it does seem that battle is over. And
Didn't lose as much health as Jack, but
yeah. As for XP, let's see. All right, you were getting a total. Your group is actually leveling together. It's just splitting up between you, but your group XP is going up by 91. So I'm gonna put that in your interface.
Nice.
All right, so your party XP, you'll see it right under the area that says your current party. Thing. It started at 900 because you're at level 3. Your goal is 2,700 to go on. All right. So, what do you want to do right here at the end of this battle? And this one goes pretty quickly because firearms are particularly dangerous, and so as opposed to a lot of other battles, you can kill somebody of a low level and low challenge rating pretty much immediately.
Yeah, it was good though. I'm just gonna call everybody to group back up so that we can be together and get out of here safely.
All right. Jack sort of grabs the flintlock. It looks like most of these guys were using bows. They didn't have a whole lot to them. He grabs the flintlock off of one of these guys. Cornelia looks around and says, might as well get some of these rations while we have a chance. Some of them carrying some. And in total, you guys... Yeah, in total, you guys get a... Let's see. As far as group rations are concerned, you actually get about 12 days worth of rations. Seems like these guys are in kind of a desperate situation. Let me put that on your interface. Add that here. 8 plus 12 is 92. And as far as some gold you guys find, between all of them, they mostly have copper and silver on them, and altogether after combining it, you can all basically get 2 extra gold pieces.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and you can put that up to 56. So one of the things I neglected to do is take care of your food and water needs. So the first thing is that you have 3. I'm gonna sort of do this collectively for your other party members that are traveling elsewhere at the moment as well.
Okay.
We're just gonna do it all together. So 92 minus 5 is gonna go down to 87. And your water is going to go down by 10 because you got your horses. Your horse feed. 5. All right. So as you're traveling, you have this opportunity each day to try to make this survival check as a group foraging effort. So with 3 of you, we can combine your survival bonuses to see how much you're getting each day. So you were actually, do you have the survival skill in your thing? Yeah, you have a +2 to it.
Yes.
And all right, so you guys will be making a little bit more. You're getting 4 pounds of food each day. Okay. And as for water, half that amount, so just 2 gallons of water each day. Okay. And as for the rest of your group, I forgot I should have done that all together for theirs. 1 second. And wait. Take. All right, there we go. And I'll have a better, clearer understanding of them and make that a lot more efficient. I want to make like an Excel type thing that will automate that because that would be a lot easier. Anyway, so
Yeah.
you guys go ahead and you've gone through this particular area. You get out of there without any issues. Was there something else you wanted to do by the time you left? Sorry.
No. If we've already searched the what I know these were outlaws. Were these human?
Yeah, these all seem to be human. They were just
Okay.
human guys that were in desperate situations, it looked like.
Okay.
All right.
Just gonna continue southward then.
Okay. So, continuing southward, you guys managed to make it through the rest of the day without having any particular issues. So I'm going to open this map, put it over here so I can get a better look at it. All right. All right. So, did you guys want to pass through Sinfield on the way to where you're going, or did you want to avoid the settlement?
Yeah, I think after being attacked, we would want to at least stop in for a little bit.
Right.
Just to see if we can. I don't know. Do we have any way to heal like on the road?
So the way that healing works in this game
It's
is
just-
not like normal 5e.
just resting.
It's when you take a shorter long rest, essentially. And even with a long rest, in traditional 5e, you would just basically automatically heal up with a long rest, like your 8-hour period of sleep and everything. In this one, you actually have to use hit dice in the same way you do for a short rest. Because it's sort of a slow, natural healing kind of thing.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, the next day, and I'll since it shouldn't come into effect right now, just for the sake of tracking this each day, I'll take care of the group foraging stuff for afterwards to tell you how much you have for the next time we start, so we won't waste too much time since you're streaming it. But as for the next day, you can get out of the battle map for now. It's not needed at the moment. You guys have an uneventful night. You take shifts. With 3 people, it's pretty easy to take a shift and everybody get the amount of sleep that they need. But you get into the next hex, so to speak, Let me check one thing real quick. All right. Yeah, you were good. No events happen along the way, and you get into this area where you see a sign ahead that's sort of creaking in the wind, going back and forth. There's the traditional, like the tumbleweeds going by, that kind of thing, and there's this place called Sinfield. This sign is sort of like cracking and old here. And as you go on into it, passing by, I see that this is a very small place. There's a lot of people. Well, I say small. There's not a lot of buildings, but there are some farms on the outside. There's some people that are obviously doing that sort of work. But in the middle of town, there's something that probably is a saloon by the looks of it. There is somewhat of a general store here. There's an old broken well that looks like somebody attempted to make, but it's not functional right now. And there's a lot of graffiti, actually. There's a lot of people that have gone through and just carved stuff into the sides of these buildings, and you see there's a homeless population here as well. What would you would associate with that? There's a lot of people that are just sort of living in these tarps that nobody's doing anything about, and they're sort of on the edge of these buildings, pitching these little tiny tarp tents up. And immediately one of the first people that you see is a human woman with sort of raggedy hair that's probably not as old as she looks, but she's snorting something right there off the like off of her knee, essentially. And you see that there are vials. You're familiar with seeing these before, that there's like these syringes with something called blood spike that makes people sort of really aggressive for a short period of time, but it's another drug that people like to do out here. And as for like the powder that you see people doing, there's something called hoof thistle that people are sort of just shoving into their teeth and putting into the back of their gums and stuff. And
like heroin.
That's lots of a large variety of things that people are doing here. But this, as you're looking around, you realize that as you're walking through, some people are looking up at you, some of them are sort of like avoiding you. And this place that's a saloon is more of a place that used to be a saloon. It seems to be just a building now that some tribe of impoverished people have taken over while the others still rest outside, kind of thing.
Okay. I kind of suggest to the group that maybe we don't want to spend too much time in this place. Maybe just look around and see if the well's broken, then we can't really go back on or up any of our food or our water rations or anything like that. This might be something we don't want to be.
Usually a well is also not the sense that you can draw fresh water from it. It's a place that you can draw water from, that there's some reliability there, but it's still the acidic water of the Barrens that has to be treated to be able to be edible, to be potable.
Is what we're scavenging daily?
It's assumed that you are cleaning that as you go. You're taking little tiny breaks in the day. You're not just going hard the entire day on your horses. You have to let them rest and everything. So during that period of time that you're letting them rest and you're taking time to rest or eat or whatever, you are building little things to be able to filter water out and stuff.
Okay. At the sight of these people with what I know to be drugs that make people very aggressive, I suggest that we go ahead and move on.
All right. So you guys don't spend a lot of time there. You just sort of pass on through, and you think you might have done that just in time, because as somebody goes into one of these buildings and comes out and looks at you, and they're just sort of watching like, this is our territory, don't you dare come over here. And this really big burly guy, human, comes out with a lot of hair all over his arms and chests, and he's got some sort of like half-cracked mask that he's wearing that looks like it's partially metal, and just this like hair that's hanging out of one side in tufts. And he sort of looks out at y'all, and he puts his arms in a cross over his chest and watches very closely. And he's sort of still doing in a seems like the kind of person you didn't want to really have a conversation with.
Yeah, we're gonna non-aggressively trot our horses right out of town.
Yeah. All right. So you guys just continue on, and after several hours of being away from town, you feel a little more secure that okay, that's not going to be a problem anymore. So
Okay.
So you continue on. That was about at the halfway point of the day. Let me check one more thing here. All right. As you're going, Jack points out, he looks over to the north of you and says, looks like I might be getting a sandstorm coming down south. And so the sandstorms here are sometimes referred to as flay winds, because if you get into a bad one, the grit can just sort of tear your skin apart. And It's always generally a wise idea to find shelter wherever you can. So, seeing that it's coming south and you guys have a suspicion that it's coming this way, you have a few options. You can either try to go back where you know there is shelter that you could try to get in Sinfield that's not too far back, or you could try to make a survival check to try to find a good area of natural shelter.
Do you have a +2 to survival?
So because you're doing it as a group, you could also add theirs. So in total, I can give you a +4 to survival in this case.
+4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really want to turn around and go back to Sinville, mostly because of the way that it looked when we went through, but also since that's toward the storm. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll. So. Okay, so 13 plus 4.
You're still
so
in the
that's
same hex technically that Sinfield is in.
Well, sure, yeah.
But yeah.
Right. So 17 total.
Okay, so you guys sort of press onward looking for a good spot. That is good enough that you find just in time before the wind starts to. There's a sudden burst of heat wind that comes off from behind you guys, and you start to see little particles floating around. But you guys get to this area where you find sort of a natural little indention in the side of a mesa that you can. It's not quite a cave, but because you guys carry things naturally that are used for camping for when you're going to sleep and everything, you have like tarps and stuff that you can set up to really try to secure this and make sure that you guys are nice and cozy inside, but the winds should not flay you at this area. So I just have to check something real quick. Okay. Yeah, so you have a little time to talk to each other while you're waiting for this wind, as you're hearing it sort of beat and this grit in the sand as it's sort of cutting at the outer exterior of the tarps you've got up.
Okay. I'm just gonna comment on how I'm glad that we got out of that first encounter with minimal injuries, and then I'm gonna pull out my harmonica, and I'm assuming we can take some sort of short rest at this point while we're waiting.
Yeah. So during your long rest, you could have as well. I was just going to assume for right now. Actually, I forgot about that, but yes, you can use this opportunity to do it, so we can show you the mechanics of how this works. So if you guys are taking a short rest right now, short rest lasts for about an hour.
Okay.
It's just
I'm assuming that's about how much the storm would probably take.
It depends, because sometimes storms can last for days.
Yeah. Okay.
And which is something I rolled for, but you just aren't aware for how long it's gonna last right now.
Great.
But so how this will work is you're down to 18. He's down by 9. If you look at your hit dice, right under your hit points it says hit dice. You have 3d8. All of you, well, Cornelia's are 10s. The rest of you have 3d8. You can, during a short rest, roll a 3d8 under normal circumstances. Expend one of those 3d8 to say I'm getting this many points back, but you can use however many you want. You're just going to lose each of those dice as you're doing it. But at the end of a long rest, after you've used dice, if you're doing it that way, 2, you get half of your max back. Half of your max hit dice back. So right now, you always round things down in D&D. You'd be getting 1 back each time because you're level 3. Because you can't, it would split at 1.5 or 1 and 1/2. So you round down. So right now, you have your soothing song, which in this case means that you don't actually have to roll your dice. You're just automatically assuming you're getting the highest number on it. So basically, as long as you have that and whoever's around you, they're just, it's a 1d8, they're getting 1d8 for every, or they're getting 8 hit points back. Okay. So you can use 1 of your hit dice right now. You go down to 2, but the next time you finish a long rest, you're going to get that hit dice back. As for Jack, and that will fully heal you for what you lost. Okay. As for Jack, he, and that's if you want to. You could also just stay at 18 hit points right now if you want. That's always an option if you're trying to be, a little more mechanically minded and be like, maybe we're going to be in another situation that's worse than this. But there's really no reason not to do it right now.
Yeah.
So Jack will use 2 of his, and I'll keep track of that. And and he'll get enough back for that. But he's going to be down to 1d8 hit points right now. Okay. So as you guys are in here for a while, you know that this might last a whole day. It might last a little longer. You've mentioned to them that you are glad everything went well there. And Cornelia says, "Yeah, it wasn't too bad. We've definitely all had a lot more bullet holes in our arms and legs, and for some of us, your butts, and getting that one, so not too bad." And Jack sort of says, "Well, that's right. I take honor in the fact, though, that I was able to survive something like that with so much dignity. In fact, I went right over to the brothel right after that. I remember it was in Low Ridge, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to have Miss Viola take care of me there, because she might as well, she was pretty good with her hands anyway, so might as well get this bullet out." And so Cornelia says, "Yeah, I need you to stop talking, Jack."
Hey, what's up, Ritas? Never played this, but I love games that you need to see info and that kind of stuff. You never played D&D? This is Direfist here, our game master, our dungeon master, has created this campaign called the Barrens. It is, well, you give the pitch real quick for the new people in the chat.
Yeah, it's essentially just a game that blends Wild West and fantasy elements, and there's no magic left in the world because all the gods killed each other, and Armageddon happened, and this is what happens afterwards, and it's a very Western type thing, but all the fantasy elements are still kind of there, just without magic.
It's very fun so far.
Awesome. Good.
Cool. Just while I'm assuming we're still waiting, I'm gonna ask Cornelia if she has any other information about this gang that we're going to try to find. What were they doing? Cornelia, what were they doing that led them to be wanted by the mayor, or are there any more information that you got from the mayor or the sheriff?
Yeah. Like I told you guys before, there was just yes, the sheriff has a personal interest in getting rid of them because they've been a nuisance on some of the farms around the edge of town. They came through a while back and took a lot more than somebody would expect them to be able to get, sort of terrorizing the edge of the communities that weren't able to defend themselves so well. And it just doesn't look good, for one, that happened right after another event that the sheriff was unable to take care of, so she's wanting to make sure that justice is done. Sounds more like vengeance to me, but either way, we're getting paid. And that's what I know about what she told me, from what I gathered in some other conversations. What I'm assuming, based on what it all looks like, is that this seems to be a pretty new gang. I think they might be trying to also get more members along the way. And so potentially, we might be running into more than 6 people. I was assuming 6 is a safe estimate. But if they've been picking up more people along the way, if they happen to come through a place like Sinfield or even Vice Gulch, where you thought the homeless population was bad in Sinfield, wait till you see the outer edge of Vice Gulch. It's something you can't scoff at. But anyway, if they happen to go through there on the way to where they're going, then it's possible that they've got a little bit more of a defense. Of course, it's also possible that they weren't all together in the first place when they were terrorizing this part of the world. As I understand it, it's the best guess that they are holed up where we're headed. But I have a pretty good feeling. Just gut instinct tells me that it makes sense. They probably wouldn't have gone too far if they're getting food in particular.
Do we have any reason to go through Vice Gulch, or do you think we should go around it? You're saying it's a pretty sketchy place.
Well, the outside certainly is, and the inside is just a different kind of sketchy. I don't think we need to, because it mostly goes back into the valley. It's a little far to get into it. She sort of points out this map and says that it's right up at the edge. It would be a little bit slightly out of the way. That being said, Vice Gulch is the kind of place that Karam would like to go at some point, that's for sure. It is kind of the seediest large city I've ever seen. It's got a lot of casinos, and it's got a lot of instead of what you and I might consider a mayor, it's got clans, so to speak. It's got groups of people that all think they're in power, and they have a lot of drugs and extortion, all sorts of things going on in there, some dark stuff. Kind of like the Den of Paradise, except they don't all act like a brainwashed cult.
So it could be useful to...
If you're looking for seedy people.
Yeah, Karam's not with us right now, although we know that he would like that so much.
Yeah, he likes to observe the politics of the places we go.
It might be, you know, what I told you guys before about what happened to me when we were back in Grayford. Might be interesting to see if anybody knows anything about what I saw there.
Yeah, what you saw definitely seemed like some sort of contraband trade. But if it's related to just people wanting to start their own little drug empire and keep it out of the light of the day, then it's the only reason I can imagine them going underground like that, unless it's for the extra security as well. Based on what you said, they weren't even going to take your guns off.
Yeah, they didn't seem concerned that we were armed whatsoever.
Well,
here's another thing, though, as that's not really our job. Do we care what's going on in the drug trade in Grayford?
It doesn't benefit us in any way, really, unless we're selling ourselves, but that's a messy business.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like something we want to get involved in, so do we even bother trying to find out what happened?
Well, that's the law's job, I suppose, wherever the law exists and however it exists, and that's different for each town anyway. But it wasn't any bother to me. They treated you well. You got paid for it.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe we just keep our noses out of it and just keep it in mind for later. It's good information. It's good that maybe we know something's going on, but maybe we don't mess with it.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's for sure. And Jack sort of says, "You know, I never tried any drugs except violet pipeweed."
What was that like?
Well, it didn't do much to me, but I had a buddy that, I swear to this day, he can't remember anything anybody ever tells him. So, I'm pretty sure it's because of the amount he's smoked. He has a nice pipe, though. He carved it himself out of a piece of dead wood, out of a portion of this sort of timber wood that his dad left behind in this tiny little cottage out there. He did it to sort of honor his dad by. I guess he is, in his own way. Just keeps smoking out of it.
He's smoking the that stuff you said, or is he just?
Oh yeah, I just meant he would use the pipe that way.
Is there like other things in trade in this, like we would know, like tobacco and things like that?
Yeah. So there's tobacco farms. There's a whole section in the Barrens document about specific drugs and whatnot that exist in the Barrens. And like I said, it's not really the kind of thing that in and of itself is contraband, except in there's no law preventing anything, because law doesn't really exist in the traditional sense. But there, it's just certain drug empires that want other people to not be making drugs as well, and they want to have a monopoly on particular things.
Yeah. Well, your friend sounds interesting.
Yeah, hell, he's dead now, but...
Oh, what happened to him? Too much of the pipe?
Oh, no, he just got killed in an ambush on the road.
Oh.
He was traveling with only 2 people, just he and another, and didn't go well. Found out about it a few months later. You should not travel with any less than 3 people, I think. Of course, unless you're with Offgrim. So... he'll be fine. They'll both be fine.
You think we'll be fine?
Yeah, we're fine so far.
I look around and count out loud how many we have.
Yeah, not everybody in the Barrens is literate either, so like it's a good chance that like you're still. But as mercenaries, you probably count pretty well. Yeah. So as you guys sort of just sit around and talk to each other for a while, eventually you realize this was it's probably a good time to just like settle down and assume that you're going to sleep here. And as you do, you continue to hear the winds throughout the night, and eventually it settles down about the time you guys are waking up, and it looks like the dust storm came through, and it only lasted about a day, which is the best you could possibly hope for, because sometimes it's up to 4 days or so.
Okay.
And so you guys are still technically in the hex that has Sinfield in it, but you can go one more. Do you want to go down to the northern part of the hex with Vice Gulch, or do you want to go into the southwestern hex from where you are?
I think if we can kind of, what Cornelia was talking about, and just kind of go to the outside of Vice Gulch just to kind of see what the lay of the land, as well as what the condition is, would be good to just get some info, some scouting info. Right.
Yeah, so you guys get a move on this day. Let me roll my random thing.
It is very interesting, Fritas. Just stay tuned and you'll see some get some more info. And you can go back and watch the VOD too if you want to know everything. So we're traveling like right through here, by the way, Fritas. And anybody else watching.
Okay. So, as you guys are going through, you actually see that there is somebody running towards you on foot from a distance, and it's really hard to make out at first because of the heat and the coming up off the sands and everything. But you can you're not sure if it's a mirage or not until you're a lot closer, and it looks like there's somebody with their hands bound running, and they trip every once in a while, and then they get back up and they keep going. And back behind you finally make out in the haze that there is somebody on a horse behind them, chasing them down. This is quite a distance ahead of you guys, like 300 feet, or I said feet. Oh, let me put it in feet. Let me do the American thing and say how many football fields it is.
Okay.
It's like 9 football fields away from you.
Okay, so 900 meters.
Yeah, that. At first I put an arbitrary number. I was like, wait, no, that's not good. So yeah, quite a ways. And
we probably can't tell exactly how far it is because of the heat and all that kind of thing, but it looks like about 900.
Coming toward you.
Okay.
And you guys just see this. What do you do right away?
Are we traveling pretty quickly? I mean, are
you
we
guys are
at a
just sort of
gallop?
not a gallop, sort of just a calm, not a walk, but sort of a brisk pace with your horses.
Trot. Okay. As I see that, I'm just gonna go ahead and like unholster my pistol and ride with it not at the ready, but you know, at the ready.
Yeah. All right. So
I'm just
you
gonna
guys
make sure that I'm assuming we all three see it.
Yeah, of course. So you guys see this coming in, and as it comes more clear into view, this guy suddenly seems to notice you guys, and you can tell that his skin is sort of beige gray, which immediately makes you think this is a half-orc.
Mhm.
And his hands are definitely bound together by something. And as he sees you guys, he sort of just stops, like he's considering something, and then runs and tries to dart away from you guys.
Is there just one guy on a horseback chasing him?
Yes. And in fact, at this point, you hear this man on horseback saying, "Hey! Hey! Stop that guy! Stop him!"
Okay, I dart toward him with my horse, and I'm gonna try to catch him.
Okay, so toward the half-orc?
Yeah.
All right, so you sort of run up next to him, and you're much faster, so you can definitely get there. And he's sort of seeing you there, so I need you to make a I guess a grapple check. So make an well, in order to catch him, let's make this an acrobatics thing. So I'll have you make an acrobatics roll.
What is my acrobatics?
So it's going to be a dexterity.
Oh, dexterity. Okay. 14.
Okay, let me compare this. Yeah, you sort of just grab this guy right by the collar of this sort of torn shirt that he's wearing, and you can tell that what he's got in his hands is just his hands have been tied up with some sort of rope, very thick rope that seems to have been cut at one spot, where he's been able to free himself, perhaps, from something. And he's a pretty burly guy. He's got some scars on his back, but that's what you can see at this point. And you sort of grab him by the collar there and sort of slow down with him, and he sort of falls and hits the ground there. So you sort of have him on the ground in front of you. You're still on your horse. He's out of your grasp, but what do you want to do to sort of keep him there?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down off the horse, and go ahead and pin him.
All right. So you sort of grab him, pin him. So make an athletics check.
Can I pin him?
You'll have advantage.
Okay. So 12 plus 3, that's a 15.
Right.
I'd like to just...
Did you roll it twice?
Oh. The 15 was definitely the better one.
Okay.
Is that a good enough roll to, instead of like grappling him, can I, since he's already on the ground, just kind of put my knee in his back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I'm still gonna have my pistol kind of at the ready, because I don't know the situation. So
yeah,
I'm gonna pin him, and wait for whoever this is on the horse to come up, and I'm also going to I'm gonna say to Cornelia and Jack to be ready for something.
All right. So this man shows up on this horse. This is a human man with a long sort of salt and pepper beard here, and he has sort of a bowler hat, and comes up on this horse, and you're not sure why he's huffing because the horse is doing all the work, but he says, "Well, thank you. Tell you what, I cannot stand when one of these tusk monkeys gets an idea in their head that they're going to be any better off running out here than they would be just doing what they're made to do in the first place. I almost lost out on this fella. If it weren't for you guys, I'm going to be able to sell him for a good price."
Say, do you own this man?
Well, for all practical purposes right now, I do.
Is he in your employ? Murder hobo to the racist yokel.
In my employ, what? I found him. He's mine, and I'm about to sell him.
Oh, you found him?
Yeah, he was running away from somebody else, so might as well take him. He didn't want to be with them, but my luck, you know?
Who was he running from?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. He's not with him, he's with me. I'm gonna make some money.
Well, it
So,
seems
don't
to
mind
me
if
like
you just
he's...
go ahead.
Seems like we caught him.
He sort of, Oh. He looks around at each of you and he sees all the guns. Just, now hold on. Don't y'all want to be responsible, kind folk? And let me have the property that is mine?
Well, you were chasing him down from somebody. He escaped from somebody.
Yeah, but I've been with this fella 3 days. Tell him, tough monkey. And this guy just sort of like spits on the ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's our word against yours in this situation.
He looks around for a moment and he says, "Now y'all don't understand. I've got a family to feed. This is my way to feed my family. What am I supposed to do now?"
Let's see. How much are you gonna sell him for?
He sort of changes his tune a little bit and says, "Oh, well, he's obviously strong one. Got a good back. He's even got all his teeth. I was gonna think, you know, the price that I was thinking." He seems to be trying to think of something really quick, and he just.
I quickly say before no, I say quickly before he even answers, when I see he's still thinking, I said, "Give me a number now."
120.
And I look down at the half orc and I say, "Do you think you're worth that much?"
I heard this man say how much he was going to do before, and it wasn't 120.
Yeah, what'd he say before?
10.
Wow. I just look at the other guy.
Now, hold on, you can't believe a single word one of these pet fellas says.
I say, "I'll tell you what, I'll give you 12.
Fine. All right. We'll do that then. Not that he's worth it. And he says, "All right."
All right. I toss him 12 gold.
He just sort of like lands in the sand in front of him. He just like,
Yeah, I don't hand it to him. I throw it like at his feet.
All right. All right. Well, I'll be going on then, and good day. And he sort of goes back sort of southward where he's coming. It looks like he's headed sort of in the direction that you're actually going shortly, or you plan to.
Is that the way he came from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I take my, well, I'm not gonna use my wrist rocket, but I'm assuming one of the other two has a knife, and I borrow their knife and I cut him loose.
All right, you go ahead and sort of just cut this guy's bonds loose, and he looks back up at you. You take your knee off, I assume.
I thought about it, Vic. I thought about it. I assume when we're getting close to somewhere where somebody might hear something, though, so I wasn't trying to attract any more attention than we already had. Sorry, so he I cut him loose, and what does he do?
I'm assuming you took your knee off his back and everything, and
Yeah.
He sort of notices it and understands that you're letting him get up, and well, actually, no. Based on his experience, he just looks up at you and goes,
I tell him he can
get up there.
Yeah, go ahead. You can get up. What's your name?
I didn't really ever have a name, but I was mining for a while, and they used to call me Steel.
Steel.
Yeah.
It's a good, strong name.
Well, he said I had a good, strong back for it, and I broke one of the pickaxes just by swinging it. And I got lashed real good for it too, but it was the way it shattered. It impressed some of the boys. But
who are you running
from?
from?
Just another fellow that thinks that we're all worth one thing and one thing only. Came out of to go to the Low Ridge area. Don't really have any plans to go back that way. Just trying to go. Actually, I was thinking I was just going to keep on going to Canyon City, because I've heard if you can prove you're a free slave, free man, that you can get somewhat of a good living there.
You came from Low Ridge?
Yeah.
That's a long way.
Yeah, I got caught by a few fellas. He was one of them. He actually, with them, he just won me in a lottery. They had a little card game, and I was the prize for that one. He took me into Vice Gulch. Spent some time there. I got out. Here we are.
How are you going to prove that you're a free orc, half orc?
I can't. I was going to have to find somebody to write me a letter, but I can't. I can't read. Can't write.
You have any combat experience, Steel?
Well, he sort of pauses for a moment, as if he doesn't want to share something, and then, yeah, I've been in some fights. I ain't never shot a gun before, but I've got strong hands, and I can beat somebody down with them, I reckon.
I look at Cornelia, who kind of seems to be the leader of the group, and I say,
yeah,
you think we
can
can
tell that she's been eyeing him pretty closely the whole time too.
Okay. I ask her, do you think we could use an extra set of hands for this bounty? I don't want to specifically say anything out loud of what we're actually doing.
Cornelia looks at him and says, "You willing to be completely honest with us, Steele?" "Yes, ma'am." "Well, I suppose so, since you're my owners now, apparently." And she
I cringe.
And she says, "I think you might have that backwards, or at least not accurate. You're as free as you want to be, at least from us. If you need a letter written, I'm willing to do that right here, right now for you. But if you're wanting to work with your own authority and autonomy, it's free to you, but be a part of a group that can look out for you and make sure that some of these backwards people don't give you any trouble, because we all stick together. We can let you travel with us for a while, at least survive a little longer than just being out on your own, and see if maybe it's a good fit."
I add that, yeah, you're not gonna, I know you got this far, but there's more people like that out there that are probably gonna be looking for you. You stick with us for a little while, we can make sure you get safe passage at least. If you decide that's what you want to do, is go to Canyon City.
Saying if I decide that don't lack whatever we're getting into, that I could go to Canyon City afterwards? Cornelia sort of looks at you and signals in Thieves' Cant that would be fine by her.
I say, yeah, I mean, it's your life. We didn't buy you. I was trying to get you out of a bad situation. As far as I'm concerned, we'll write you a letter right now if you want.
I'll travel with you a little while, see if we all work out. What do y'all? You said you're going after a bounty?
I look at Cornelia as
You
if
don't have to tell me nothing, really. I just want to know if we're headed out to kill somebody.
Yeah. I say, I do want you to know what we're getting into. We're going after some pretty nasty people. Could be a few of them. We might be outnumbered.
Well, I guess you do need an extra hand then. So, like I said, I don't know much about shooting no gun, but
we'll find you something.
And in fact, Jack sort of says, "Well, buddy, don't worry about that because we just happened to pick one up." And he takes the flintlock and shows him and says, "Don't point this at anything you don't want to see dead."
We're just gonna give the guy that half orc that doesn't know how to use a gun immediately.
He says, "And I'll show you while we're traveling how to use this thing." All right, so you guys pick up another companion named Steel.
Heck yeah, dude.
Here. Okay.
I like Steel. This game, it doesn't. I mean, it does have rounds. Like we're gonna be doing. How would you describe it? Like the rounds in combat, but then like there's like chapters essentially of what we're gonna be doing for this.
Yeah. So everything is sort of randomly determined. Really, I have each day that you travel, there's a chance of one or more events happening. Sometimes they're combat related, sometimes they're not. As we're going, the benefit of this being a one-on-one game is that if you really learn that you love just the role play and social aspect of it, we can really lean into that. And if you like it like half and half, or you really are like, I just want to kill stuff, I just want to be in combat, the benefit of one-on-one game is that we can tailor it to what are your preferences. And so there will be moments where, combat's likely, but even in situations that look like they're combat, you could always be like, hey, I want to try to find another way out of this situation. But yes, when combat does happen, each round consists of is considered 6 seconds, so that it's like, after 10 rounds, you've done a minute of combat. But yeah, I definitely prefer one-on-one games now that I've done them so often.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm really enjoying this, and I've never done a one-on-one, so
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I think it's really fun, and I hope you guys are enjoying watching it. I before we started this, Dyer was like, "Do you want to record this? Do you want to stream it?" And I was like, I hadn't really thought about it, but I think I'm going to stream it. So
I'm glad you did.
Hope you guys are enjoying.
A cool thing
Yeah, and if we can do this pretty consistently, if we think Sunday afternoons will work really well, I mean, we can try to do this like on a pretty consistent basis if people enjoy it.
All right, cool. So
would the gas mask point reward work at any time or only in combat?
That's funny.
Okay.
All right. So, as you guys sort of finish that and you collect Still and you have him in your party now, that does mean that we're going to update the thing because you're now feeding him, so that your interface has an extra person. So now it's 6 party members, and you're still on 5 horses. Horses can, with a person's size, he can probably fit on Jack's horse, no problem. Jack's a little smaller and tinier. Steel's pretty big, but you can switch off horses every once in a while to give a horse a break.
Okay.
But let's see. So it's going to be 6 pounds of food now, 11 gallons of water, and there we go. All right. And I'll take care of all that later. I'm keeping track of that.
Cool.
So you get closer and closer after waiting a while and slowing your pace to Vice Gulch, sort of wanting to pass by it on this particular day, see what it's all about. And as you get closer, you can see in the distance that there's sort of this shady alcove, very large one in the mountainous area. And out on the outskirts of this city that's sort of built into this alcove, there's these really tall walls they've got mostly sort of timber and wood, a lot of dead wood on them, but there's also a lot of like planks and salvage materials that have been put up on the outside. And you know that specifically because of what's going on directly outside of those is that there are just tons and tons of impoverished, drug-addled, homeless people just all out here. And at first there's just sort of a spattering of them, but as you get closer, there's just hundreds of them just like gathered outside of the city. And they all live in their little tents and everything. And it seems like this is just an area of the world where this is really common. And there are, you notice as you're sort of going up and taking a look at this, that every once in a while somebody comes out of these large gates, and these people all just move to the side because if they're too close, they're just being beaten by these like guards that are coming out. And in one case, you actually see that these guards have some sort of insignia you can't see from here, but it's all on their armor, on the pauldron of this leather armor. And you watch as one of these people just sort of like crawls over and is like begging for something, and they seem a little bit out of their senses at the moment, maybe drugs as well, maybe it's something else, but they're like begging, like, please let me in. And they just immediately, a guard just looks down, shoots him in the head, and just continues. And then as soon as that happens, a bunch of people go after the corpse of this person. They scatter for a moment, and then a bunch of people go after because there's meat. And it is just a terrible situation out here. And you guys sort of see this from a distance and see that on the inside, there's a lot of like sounds. It sounds like people are having a good time. There's casinos in there and then things, and there's there's music being played. Think very like New Vegas kind of thing sounds going on. But yeah, that's what you guys see from a little bit of a distance where you're close enough to see that kind of thing.
I ask Steele, you said you've been here before?
Yeah, I've been here before, and had to hide a little bit among all these people before I got caught and had to keep running. But even these people, they were a lot of them had the idea that maybe they could sell me.
Is there a way to that half-orcs in slavery like can signal that they are owned by somebody or that they're free either way? Do they just carry around paperwork? Yeah, so actually, it's a good question. Half-orcs will have these writs that are signed by somebody in power, usually of some settlement in some area where the writ even matters and that name even matters, to show that somebody important has said that this person is technically free. And half-orcs will like have, if they are free, will have that like pinned on the outside of their chest, on their clothes at all times, basically like a badge of like, don't do anything and here's my proof. For some people that doesn't matter, but that's the closest thing anybody's really had to an effective system, which it's as effective as it needs to be for the people in power. And for half-orcs, it's still a scary world to be in, because even if they're free, they have to have this thing that, who knows, somebody could just like rip it away from them or something. Some of them will specifically get it like written in cloth and everything and put on cloth, and they have to pay a lot of money for this and have it all written out so they can put it on their clothes every time. But they'll like pin it to their chest to show that, hey, from a distance even, don't assume that I'm a slave. And do the owners of the orcs have like a brand or something that they
sometimes, yes. Yeah, it just depends on the owner. It's not it's a common practice, but it's not something that's always
because it's not regulated.
Yeah, it's not regulated. But yes, it is very common for a brand, or like if it's not a brand, just a particular shape of a scar that's like cut into them, or a tattoo of some sort.
Okay.
And there are, of course, people that do take them in because they're like, in this situation, you know, I'm going to treat you well because I don't think this is a good thing, but you're only technically my slave. It's because I want you to not have this trouble. There are people in the world that do that sort of thing. And they treat them like family. But it's not the most common occurrence.
Yeah. I'm assuming that since we told him, Steele, that we were going to give him paperwork, did Cornelia already write that up for him?
Oh yeah, we can decide that you guys we've been doing that. So
okay.
Yeah, so Cornelia.
I just don't want any trouble like while we're passing through here, especially since he has history in this place.
Right.
That anybody bothers him.
1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I had to respond to my wife. Yeah, so you guys can go ahead and write this out. It's not going to have any particular seal or anything, or unless you guys want. Let me think.
None of us have any kind of forgery, like proficiency or anything.
Actually,
as
there's one. I didn't actually add something to Jack for his rogue thing, so I could say that his tool set is a forgery set, so that would work. Yeah, absolutely. Let me just make a note here. That works. Yeah, so despite Jack being how he is, he actually has pretty good handwriting, pretty good at doing this sort of stuff. He's had some practice with it, and it's been useful in times that you've had to get certain stuff taken care of. He actually writes out a lot of the subsidiary contracts that you guys do when it's not already formally done. Yes, so Jack has a forgery set, so you're able to sort of do this thing that looks like it's really official, and he says, well, what kind of name should I put on here? Somebody that sounds important. I don't know, what about, I'm just going to come off one at the top of my head, Mingus Philion. No, hold on, what do you think?
Mingus Philion. From where?
Yeah, well... What's a place that has so many people nobody could possibly know? I'm just going to say Canyon City, right? I mean, that makes sense.
Canyon City's pretty big.
And Cornelia says, yeah, but we're pretty close to Canyon City. Why don't we say that it's someplace like, say Pale Hill. No, let's go with Hangman's Trench. He goes, all right. And
less likely for somebody to know who it is.
Yeah, exactly. And so he puts this down and makes this up and says, all right, look at that, Steele. You are a freed orc, a freed half-orc. I don't know which one you prefer. But you are officially free in the most duplicitous of ways. And Cornelia
hands it to his chest.
And
does a d4 of damage.
He hands it to him.
With the pen.
And Cornelia says, I don't know if you use that word right, but you are a free orc. And
good deal, it's official.
And so Steele sort of looks at this, and he still seems like he doesn't really know what to think of you guys. He's still sort of hesitant, but you get the feeling that he's been toyed with and hurt a lot in the most terrible of ways. But he is sort of there with you for now. Well, okay. What's the plan then? Are we going into Vice Gulch? Are we going through that, or are we just going to keep on going the way we're going?
Well, me and Cornelia talked about it, and it doesn't seem wise to get ourselves involved in anything going on in Vice Gulch right now. When we saw the state of Sinfield, Cornelia seems to think it's 10 times worse there in Vice Gulch, and based on what we just saw when those people came out of the gate and shot a person, and all of these people went after the scraps, I would say we need to avoid this place like the plague.
It's a lot different inside, but the outside's just as dark in a different way. Yep. Let's go around for now.
Yeah, for now we have a plan. We need to stick to it.
Okay. So you guys decide to continue on, and let me make a note here of what day this is. Okay. So the 26th is going to be the next day that you get to. So you guys find a good place to sort of rest well away from the city, and try to get just a good night without any issue. You get half your total hit dice back, of course, so you're gonna have all of yours back at this point.
Okay. See, I didn't even have to use my D8 the other day.
Yeah. Jack's still gonna be 1 down for now. But let me check one thing real quick. Okay.
Glad you're enjoying it, Fritas.
All right. Do you guys find a place to camp that apparently used to have a structure of some sort in it, sort of on a steeper part of a hill?
A
I
heel?
didn't say that right. A hill. A hill.
A heel.
And just to give you an idea of that. All right. So if you look at the battle map, it'll sort of give you an idea of what it looks like.
Are we in larger map?
Yeah, the larger map.
Okay.
And so what I'd like you to do is sort of pick the
Here we
area
go,
that you
guys.
pick the area that you guys are sleeping in.
We're coming from the north, right?
So this is just an area out in space. Doesn't matter. This is where you're resting
Okay.
for the night. So just pick what you think is a good area. The brown are about 30 foot. Yeah, the brown are about 30-foot tall, sort of pieces of mesa, things like that. But the sort of darker ones are just debris. It's about some structure pieces that are left behind that are about 5 to 10 foot tall, depending on which part they're from.
Okay. I think probably the smartest thing to do would be to take shelter kind of between this mesa and this structure.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys sort of have your horses in the area as well. Let me make sure this is... so your horses, they can sort of be like tied up near.
Okay.
So I'll just put horse 1, horse 2. Technically, horses are large creatures, but for the purposes of this game, I'll have them fit in the 5-foot spaces. So you guys sort of have a lookout during each spot. But we have Steel as well, and Amelia, and Jack. All right. You guys are sort of in this area for the night, and I'm going to randomly roll to determine what shift this is. I need you to tell me, are you taking first, second, or third shift?
I'll take first shift.
All right. So your shift goes off, no problem whatsoever. And Jack has the second shift. He's going to be watching through the really middle of the night here. And so it's over there. Okay. At one point in the middle of the night. Go ahead.
Are we giving Steel a shift? I would imagine we wouldn't.
Yeah, Cornelia recommended just let him rest. He needs to to rest up.
Okay.
Plus, you don't know how much you can trust him yet either.
Right.
So, at one point, you feel yourself shaken awake very barely, and as you do, you see that Jack's hand has been on each one of you, and he sort of does the same with Steel as well, and he says shh. And as you're listening, you can hear. Actually, as you're trying to listen, I want you to make a perception check to see what you can hear.
I don't have any bonuses to my perception, do I?
Correct.
11.
Okay. It's good enough for this, where you hear sort of this crunching sound from somewhere nearby, sort of echoing through. And you think it's probably, with that perception check, probably somewhere in this area.
Okay. Are there holes in these walls that were like windows, like ruins of windows, remnants?
Let me check. Give me a number between 1 and 100.
You want me to guess one?
Yeah.
76.
Yes, you can see through a hole in the wall to look out there.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and look through that wall, or look through the hole.
All right, you sort of get up, crawl forward, very sneakily look out, and you see that there is some sort of large animal that's got really wide shoulders, really wide back as well. Although it sort of narrows down at the hips, and it almost looks like a particularly large pig, but like a wild boar kind of thing.
Okay.
But it has feathers sort of sticking out of parts of the back of it. It looks like a mangy, mangled creature with a lot of like sort of bleeding spots and molting feathers on it. And you can definitely hear this sort of snorting sound as it's crunching through whatever it's eating, followed by sort of a
like a mix between a pig and a wild boar and a turkey.
something like that. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Very odd creature. And you know that when magic was ripped away from the world, a lot of things sort of went wrong in a lot of ways, and a lot of creatures got kind of mutated in a variety of ways, and this could be that kind of thing.
Okay. It hasn't seen us though.
It looks like it's pointed sort of away from you guys, pointed westward, but it's chewing on something.
Okay.
Bones by the sounds of it crunching.
I'm gonna tell the group what I see, and what it's doing, and say, I don't think it sees us, but
Even as you whisper, you kind of see its head. You kind of see its head do, and you look over.
I stop talking immediately.
And through this aperture that you're looking through, you can see that it has this mix of like a pig snout and an owl's face kind of thing. And it's gross and bloated.
Oh. Okay.
And as you're looking through, I want you to make you can make a nature check to see if you recognize what this is.
Okay. In character. I know what it is outside. Okay. Nature would be wisdom or intellect?
Nature is actually intelligence.
Intelligence. Okay.
If you want to make a survival check instead, because this would be the kind of thing that you've probably like tracked before, that's fine.
Because I have animal handling too. But
or
yeah,
if you want to do it as a history check, it just depends on how I'm giving you this information. Whatever you want.
I'm gonna do a survival check.
Okay.
Just shoot. 8.
Okay. You don't know exactly what this is. You're aware that it definitely has boar-like features, but because you're also familiar with barn owls, you know that this thing has probably got great hearing, and it has some owl-like features to it.
Great.
But Jack actually sort of like taps each of you and spells out in just the alphabetical form of Thieves' Cant with his sign language and says, "Owl boar." And as you guys sort of are just sitting there, this thing begins to listen more closely, and it just sort of keeps its head in one spot. It cocks it to the side in an unnatural position, and it's completely still, listening. What do you do?
Can I, as a performer, with my +2 to animal handling, make it seem like a noise is coming from like a completely different direction somehow?
Interesting, like a ventriloquism type thing. You can
Yeah,
certainly
like
try.
like throwing my voice, and so like if I have survival and animal handling and performance, I feel like that meshes pretty well with like.
Sure. Yeah. Let me think about the DC that I'll set for that.
Okay.
Yeah. You can attempt that.
Okay.
You can
so
attempt anything you.
What would I be?
Which one would you like to base that skill in primarily?
Well,
Performance
I
sounds
imagine,
like it. Yeah. I think
imagine it
performance.
would be more performance.
And that's your best skill for that anyway. So
Yeah.
go ahead and try it, performance. So you're trying to, what specifically are you trying to, you're trying to make it sound like there's a sound coming from elsewhere?
Yeah, I'm gonna make like, yeah, almost like a twig breaking or something, like some kind of disturbance happening, like, let me see the battle map. Literally like on the other side of the gulch over here.
Okay, so you're going to try to use your knowledge of like how sound travels, which you're very familiar with. You're used to the acoustics of like the circus compared to the caves. And you're trying to sort of throw your voice in a direction and as far as you can to make it sound like some sort of disturbance is happening over elsewhere.
Yeah, to
right.
distract it from our direction. This game is basically maps and storytelling with dice rolling to help guide your actions. So the dice could either kill you or save you, depends on the luck. Yes. Okay, so I rolled my my d20 on this, and I got an 18 plus 7.
Plus 7? Okay, so what's the total for that? Let's see. I'm not good at math. 25.
I'm not either.
Okay.
Yeah, so 25.
So you sort of make like this, try to do this branch snapping noise. You hold your hands a certain way. You just breathe in very slowly, and then sort of make this noise, try to bounce it in just the right way to get this thing's attention. And it begins to move. It starts to sort of move this way a little. It goes a little further. And then it rushes this way.
Okay.
And as it goes there, you hear this like, as it's going, there's like this hooting nostril wind thing going on through its beak that makes it like hoot snort as it's going, like, and it just sort of rushes
please
over
give
there.
me the impression of it.
And it goes right into this area, and it doesn't see anything. And then with the reflection of the moon out here, because the night sky is pretty revealing out here. There's a lot of stars, the moon's bright, there's not any like city lights or anything like that.
I also have dark vision.
Yeah, you watch it turn its head, and it just sort of stares in your general direction for a moment. And you watch as you can see, because of its very large eyes, that the pupils on these eyes just sort of expand for a moment. They tighten up, and then they expand again, and there's this just yellow in them.
No.
And you're just sort of staring at this thing, completely still. And then one of your horses does... And immediately, this thing begins taking off toward you. So,
I did so well.
so I need you to roll
Stupid
initiative.
horse.
It was hindering.
You just really wanted me to fight this thing.
Well, I was thinking realistically about where it's looking and what's over there.
Dang it. Okay. Dang it. 5. Rolling initiative, free toss, is when we enter battle, it's our order that we go in.
Alright, so you had 5.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and have you roll for Jack. Roll and add 4.
9. He also got a 5.
Alright, and for Cornelia, roll and add 3.
Ooh, 22.
Alright, and for Steel, I just roll a d20.
Natural 1.
Oh no! Alright, and for this Albor, and for whoever hasn't done D&D before, technically there's this creature in real D&D called an owlbear, but for this Western setting, I wanted to make an Albor because I thought that was more appropriate.
I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Fritas. Also, this is our second combat, but yeah, it's the first one you're seeing, so this will be interesting because I imagine this will be a little complicated. Or not complicated, but I'm a little scared of this thing because I don't know how much HP it has, because it's technically like a a modified version of another creature in D&D.
Yep.
and Direfist
All right.
really wanted me to battle this, apparently.
I rolled to see what creature it was going to be.
I know.
But I do, when I have, it's just my own rule. If there's matching initiative on something, I give the player preference on which one goes first.
Okay.
So, all right, so let me recolor this. Okay. It is going to be Cornelia's turn first. So
Oh my gosh.
Cornelia sort of rushes out here in 5, 10, 15. And in my rules, you can go diagonally. That's not a problem. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She goes here. She gets her rifle ready. And she shoots it from a distance. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, 60, 70, 75, 80, 85. 100. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. See how gas mask time. I just want to make sure that the rifle has the range for this. Okay, so it will be with disadvantage because it's a little far out of her rifle range, but it's within the long range. So, oh, she still has a really good roll. Okay, I want you to roll her damage, which is going to be 2d10 plus 3.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice. Plus 3, so 23. Good, that's going to hit. Oh, wait. That was
No.
That was the
dirty
damage.
20. Yeah.
So, I was confused because 20...
I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said
That's
it
all right.
that way.
That's okay. So, she does 20 damage to it with one hit. Very nice.
Nice. Go Cornelia.
Okay, and this thing is not dead. But that
Of
was her
course
only
not.
thing she could do right away, so it is Jack's turn. So he sort of tries to just get right up here on the hole that you guys were looking through originally. And he is going to... Oh, that's going to bother me. Hold on. There we go. And he is going to try to shoot through it, but he only has pistols, so actually he sort of realizes that it's too far away, and he's going to ready his action to shoot it with his revolver. And so it is its turn now. And yeah, it's got some speed to it. All right.
Great.
So this thing is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. And it's going to actually dash. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Basically, this thing's going to get right there. And that's as far as it can go, as much as it can do right now. But it looks like it's headed right for these horses. All right. And then it is your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna go for rifle shot.
Okay.
Let's see. What is this? Plus 5 to hit. I got a 19.
That'll hit.
And then 2d10, right?
Yeah, 2d10, and you're going to add 3 to it.
So 8.
8 total?
Yep.
All right. So you get a shot in there. Nothing to make you benefit from a sneak attack at the moment. So do you want to move at all? You have 30 foot of movement. Also, this is you guys are technically uphill from where it was, so you sort of have a little bit of high ground right now.
Okay.
Each of these levels is like 5 foot down, then another 5 foot down.
Yeah, I'd like to get on the edge of this structure now.
All right. So you go behind Jack and sort of go over here and lean up against the edge. Okay. You have not used a bonus action. You have the option to try to hide as a bonus action. One of the benefits of that is you can use that to, basically make sure that you get a sneak attack next turn if you are well hidden. So you could use this opportunity to try to, since you're hidden behind a structure, to roll a stealth check if you want.
Okay, let's try it.
All right.
That would be...
And it's specifically for you because you have this fancy-ish rogue thing that we made that you get that benefit that you can do this as a bonus action. Normally it takes an action to do, but not for you, not for a rogue.
Is that a d20 plus something or
plus stealth, which is dexterity, unless you have the
okay.
the line that says stealth. So yeah, just +3 for you.
I got a 5.
All right, so 5 hide. You'll learn whether that worked or not later. Okay. And so you got there, and then Steel doesn't really know what's going on. He was sort of trained a little bit on with a few of the ball bearing type ammunition that came along with his flintlock pistol, but he is not very well versed with this thing, and he kind of just goes back over here, 5, 10, steps out here, attempts. He's still gonna have disadvantage because he's not used to this. Attempts to fire, goes way off, and then he goes back to where he was. And Cornelia, again, this time she shoots with the rifle one more time. She's gonna hit, and I need you to make another 2d10 plus 3 attack for her. That's gonna be the damage. 2d10 plus 3 because she's using a rifle.
10.
10 total?
Yep.
All right. That thing's still up, and he goes over to this side, doesn't want to be seen by it. Jack, I forgot that Jack readied his action, so he's actually going to be able to do that now, but he would have missed with that first one. Okay, so now that it's back to Jack's turn, he already used that other one. He goes ahead and tries to shoot one more time. Misses. Wow, he misses terribly on the second one. In fact, with the second one, he rolled a 1, and rolling 1 of the firearm means that he actually has a misfire, and his not cleaning the gun properly enough, he actually has a -2 penalty to attack rolls with that weapon right now.
Great.
Okay. So the Albor goes right up here. This horse is not Henry that it goes after, but it goes right up here to one of these horses, makes its attack. It basically leaps onto this thing, leaps onto the top of the horse. Attempt to, at least. Let me see. Maybe the horse is dexterous enough to get out of this. Definitely not. And immediately just like tusks it in the skull and tears into the flesh of the neck and the throat of this horse, and just tears it apart immediately, and just blood and viscera go flying everywhere as Jack's horse is killed.
No, Jack's horse. Did he have a name?
It was named Jack's horse. Jack's learned not to name his horses.
Good call.
And all right, and so then it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna take another rifle shot.
Okay.
That is a natural 20 plus 5.
Nice. All right, 1 second. Natural 20 plus 5. So the nat 20. So if you get a nat 20 at all, don't even worry about the modifiers to it. You are going to be doing. This is a rifle, right?
Yeah, rifle.
So you're going to be rolling 4d10 plus 3.
$27.
Okay. How do you want to kill this thing?
Yes. Okay, so I aim straight for. Actually, you know what I'll do is after he does the viscera ripping horse killing, I yell at him. I say, "Hey!" And he turns towards me, and I place a shot right up his snout.
Perfect. All right. All right, just like you do to real pigs out in the wild. Yeah, so he turns over to you, and you just see this crack in this sort of weird snout mutated beak thing that goes through as this thing's head flies back, and it immediately falls down to the ground and begins to bleed out of that spot as you've killed it. All right. So first things first. Now I'm dividing your XP among 4 people, and you're all
Let's
gonna
go,
get.
chat.
But you're all gonna get 175 XP for that. So we're gonna move that on up to 175 plus 9. That's the other thing I like about one person, one-on-one, is that combat tends to go pretty quickly, which I really enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy the combat, but yeah, it's cool that.
I just
We
like the
did
the pace feels really like this is gonna happen right now.
Yeah, it feels good.
All right,
It
cool.
definitely feels good.
So you're now at 1,166 on your way to 2,700. So well done.
R.I.P. Jack's
What would
horse.
you like to do?
I am actually gonna take. I'm gonna go up to the owl boar, since I guess I haven't seen many of them, based on my survival check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a couple of feathers.
Okay.
And if I can, I'm gonna cut one of the tusks off.
Absolutely. For the feathers, that's a really easy way to harvest those. For the tusk, just make a really simple survival check. It's not going to be a high DC.
So 11 with my modifier.
Yeah, so you managed to get one of these tusks as well, and so you can put that in your inventory. That you have, pretty much however many feathers you want out of this thing. They're fairly large.
Take like a handful, so like 5 of them, I guess.
Yeah, that'll work. And more tusk. And hold on, I can make this even better for you. Let's do insert row below. Insert row below. Give you a lot more room.
Thank you.
Yep. And if you need to merge any of these, we can absolutely do that and make it a little bigger. That's how my dad plays. I also do the Barrens with my dad, and he like every time he kills something, he's like, "I want to skin it."
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious. The fact that I didn't know exactly what it was, or like I hadn't seen a lot of them, makes me think that they're like semi-rare. That maybe the feathers or the tusks might be worth something later on.
So actually, as you're looking at this thing, you remember that in as much as a hobgoblin could, when you were learning a little bit more about this place in the old world that was called the Fae, or the Realm of Fairy, or the Feywild, that nobody really knew about. You remember hearing stories about kinds of chimeric creatures that would inhabit that place, and you thought you remember hearing him say that there was, as far as you could remember, that there was a sort of creature that was very owl-like in its appearance, but mixed with something, and you wonder if this is what he meant. That being said, you also know that, just as a reminder to you as the player and to anybody watching, that here in the Barrens, a lot of people that survived, because there's a lot of long-lived races out here, the Calamity only happened 100 years ago, so it's only been 100 years since the world ended. But there are people that are from that time that lived back then, but for some reason, aside from the magic disappearing from the world, there was this memory erasure that happened for a lot of people where they don't clearly remember everything that happened back then, as if something has just been lost. Maybe as a result of magic shattering the way it did, people are not really clearly able to remember everything from back then. That's why it's really valuable when people find relics or like journals from the old world. Certain people will pay a lot of money for those.
Interesting. That's awesome.
Okay, so but you think that maybe this is something that was similar to a creature that might be related to the Feywild, if that's what it was called. Cool.
Okay, so
What else
do I
would you like to
have...
do?
I guess since there's no Arcana, I don't really have like an Arcana check or anything like that. Yeah. But I guess you just already told me though that I kind of recognize it from like a story I might have heard. So
Yeah.
That's
Just
cool.
if it's related to like a background thing that makes sense for you, then I don't usually require a check.
Cool. Dang. I guess I'm gonna collect anything that Jack might have had on his horse and put it on the other horse so that we don't lose any provisions or anything.
And so you guys get all your supplies and sort of scatter them around, and Cornelia sort of sighs and says, "Well, we're not going to be able to all ride these horses together. I think we're a little too heavy all collectively, but We can. Well, I don't know. If Jack and Steele continue to ride on a horse, you and me, Givik, we're not too heavy. We could probably ride on mine. Make it work for a little while. We'll just have to give the horse just a few more breaks.
Yeah. I look at Jack and I say, sorry about your horse, man.
No, that's all right. I learned a long time ago not to name them, so works out. Real question is, if I could get enough of the clean parts to make use of them, make sure that we have a little bit of extra rations.
If you want to do that, I'll help you, and I'll help him skin it or whatever he's gonna do.
Only problem is that's gonna have to take up pretty much the rest of the night to get all this done. So if we just drag these away, we could be potentially drawing more creatures away if we don't go ahead and get this stank out of here.
Yeah,
So,
I was thinking we
I
can
don't want to
either...
really face exhaustion, and I think we do have enough meat, to be honest, at this point.
Okay. Yeah, we might want to bury it or like at least do something to cover up the decay so that we don't attract anything else, and then maybe get a rest for the rest of the night so we're ready for tomorrow.
Cornelia nods and says, we'll just drag it off a little ways. We'll continue to rest as much as we can. Keep an eye on it, whoever's on shift. I'll take the next shift, Jack. You did good. We'll keep it out there and continue to get as much rest as you guys can. All right.
Okay.
So you guys just sort of collectively drag this thing out, and then you drag the dead horse as well. And at one point, when you get to the end and you put the horse down, Jack sort of like drums on it and says, "Hey, guess what I'm doing? Beating a dead horse."
I was gonna make a beating a dead horse joke, and then I couldn't think of a good one.
and then you guys go back and you get your rest, and the rest of the night is uneventful. So when dawn comes,
Awesome.
you know that you have about one more day of travel and to get about to the place that you need to go. So you guys get to move on, and yeah, go ahead.
Am I safe to assume that like we would head this way, like southward?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. While we're headed out, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say while we're heading out, I just want to like pass by and see what the owl boar was doing, just making sure there's nothing else here that we need to make sure like there's no other predators around or whatever as we're traveling, because he was rooting around here.
Yeah. First, remove 3 rifle rounds from your inventory. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Because there was one from last time, and then these 2. But yeah, as you look and what you find is just the half-eaten carcass of a hare.
Okay. Okay. We continue south.
So you guys continue on, and we'll see if there's any particular events of note. All right, so as you guys have traveled for several miles, it's getting to the point that you might... the hardest part of the day is right sort of midday for several hours, and this is generally the time that you let everybody rest a little bit, if you can find shade. And you do manage to find a little place that has just a few small boulders that you can kind of duck behind for a little bit. But as you guys are finishing up that and you go a little further past midday, you see that ahead there is what appears to be a broken down wagon that looks like it was a covered wagon, but it's all tattered. And that's what you see from this distance when you're about 500. How long is a football field again?
1,000 meters.
Yeah, so about 5,000 meters.
Or I'm sorry, 100 meters, not 1,000.
I thought that sounded weird, but I was like, oh,
No,
I trust you. You know
100
more about
meters.
sports than I do. 500 meters out. And so you see that ahead of you and see that this thing looks like it's just sort of cracked in the middle and been broken down.
I lean over to Cornelia and I say, whereabouts was that covered wagon that the others were supposed to be checking out?
I suppose this could be it. We can check it. There should be I told them all the information pertinent to them that they should know about what they should look for in it. And we can check this. This might be any other wagon, or it might be that.
Yeah, just curious if you know any details about what might be in it. We're gonna check it out anyway, but I'm just curious. So
if we find any evidence that there's that this was a supply wagon that had some secret storage underneath some of the floorboards in it, then this might be a pretty good indicator. Depends on what we find.
All right. We go up to the wagon.
All right, you guys approach this thing, and as you're looking around at it, there's doesn't seem to be anything of use inside of it. It's all been the cloth has been torn through. But there's also no bodies here. There's no indicator that anybody was left if they were attacked by anything. No bones. There is a single spot where you can see some blood that's spattered in the front. Sort of on some of the like a driver might have been injured at the beginning of whatever kind of thing attacked here. But that's what you see so far. And as you're looking around, there doesn't seem to be any supplies in it. Cornelia, on the other hand, goes ahead and checks under the parts of this and doesn't seem to indicate that there's any sort of hidden storage. She says, I don't think this is the one they're looking for.
Well, our surroundings, are we like surrounded by more mesa, or is it...
This is a pretty open space right now.
Okay.
There's a few little boulders around, but
I'm just like checking out the area while she's checking that and keeping an eye out.
You don't see anything that you would think would have been a really efficient ambush if that was the case here, but it's all pretty clear. Looks like it. Large stretch, few boulders.
Okay. I say, it looks like maybe they got attacked by a wild animal, maybe even the owl boar that we saw. I don't see any bodies. We see that blood, but there's nothing around to indicate that anybody's around here. So might be worth just going ahead and moving on.
If you want to do an investigation check to be sure, that's always an option to sort of figure out, is there something that happened here? That's how I tend to use investigation, as like what happened in this area.
Is that wisdom or intelligence? That is an
intelligence one.
Either way, it doesn't matter because I plus 0 to both. So, okay. Okay, natural 1.
Okay, yeah, it's just like, well, somebody must have broken down here and got injured. That's your best guess.
Okay, well, we're moving on then.
All right, so you guys continue on, and eventually, as the day goes on, you get to the point that Cornelia says, all right, if I'm right about where these fellas should be, we need to hug the edge of the mountain for a while, pretty close to it. We're going to get up next to it, start going around the edge. I'm going to look for the any sort of sign that might indicate that somebody's living in something nearby. And we'll just have to be cautious about it. What we should do is put our horses in a pretty good hidden place somewhere to be able to sneak up.
Can we assume that while we're traveling with Steel that we're teaching him some basic thieves can't signals?
Yeah, absolutely. Just sort of like the stop and go and the things that are necessary
like
for any...
stop, go, like be quiet, all that kind of junk.
Yes,
very basic.
For sure.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So you guys find a good little place that Cornelia is convinced it's almost a fortuitous place. It's a nice little alcove that you can't really see from a distance, but you could leave your horses in the shade inside, and there's a place that you could tie them to. No big deal. And well, usually you bring a stake out and you put it down on the ground and then tie them to that. And so it's plenty of space for that. And you guys can continue to travel maybe a few miles out in one direction before going back to this place. So, as you're sort of traveling around and going around the edge of this mountainous area, I would like for you to make your own, I'll take care of everybody else, but make your own perception, investigation, whatever you want. Or if you want to try to do it more of like a tracking type of thing, you can do a survival check. It's up to you. Just to see if there's anything that indicates around that there is somebody hiding in like a cave nearby or something.
Yeah, we'll do a tracking just because I have a +2.
Okay.
Only got a 7.
All right. Go ahead and roll that on the behalf of, well, just let's say what number to roll. Roll a d20 and add 4 to it, for Cornelia's sake.
Dirty 20.
Nice. All right. This up. Okay, so you guys managed to find an area that Cornelia sort of stops everybody and says, "I think we're where we need to be." And well, she says this with Thieves' Cant, signals it to you. And if you look at your battle map, the larger map area,
Okay.
you guys are over sort of on this side. This is not true north or anything. North would actually be like this way from you guys.
Okay.
But you guys are all over here. And she indicates that she's pretty sure that just around this corner here is going to be well, she sort of went forward and then came back and says that there's an entrance and it has a stone door of some sort. It looks like it might have been a dwarven built area at one point. That maybe this was a dwarven home, and that we should check it out just to see if it is, or if somebody is living in this area now that's not supposed to be here.
Okay.
So, how would you like to suggest progressing?
If the door is closed, I say that we kind of sneak around this way and just observe, maybe from like here-ish, just on line of sight with the door. We can kind of listen to hear if we hear anything or see any movements. Yeah. Does she say the door is it just a stone door that comes down or rolls away, or is there like a...
It looks like it's she wasn't able to see where the hinges would be, but she's assuming they'll be on the side. It looks like one big slab.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to move up a little bit and just see if we can hear anything then, since we probably won't be able to see any movement.
All right. So she goes ahead and says, "Why don't you go forward for that?"
Okay.
And so as you get into sort of a position there, she goes slightly back this way. She actually suggests that Jack go on the opposite side, and he sort of sneaks on that way and still stays with Cornelia.
Okay.
All right. So, as you guys wait for a while and you don't see any movement here of any sort, and it's about an hour that passes and you guys are just sort of waiting around, watching, just to make sure, because these things can take a long time. Stakeouts can take a very long time, and you guys are very used to it. But after about an hour, nothing happens.
Okay. I'm gonna signal to them that we're gonna go ahead and move up onto the door, since we haven't heard any movement, and as stealthily as possible. I don't know how heavy this door is, or how much noise it's gonna make, to be honest. I'm gonna kind of get steal. I'm gonna tell. So, I say to Cornelia and Jack. I don't know who's the strongest out of it. Probably be Steele and
Cornelia.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Steele and Cornelia to get on one side of the door, and then Jack and I will kind of be ready at where it's gonna open.
Okay.
To kind of look in and see if we see anything.
All right, 1 second. All right, so as they get into position,
Would it be beneficial for all of us to be helping on the door for it to be quieter or stealthier?
There are some things in which help would work for that. In this case, probably not so much. Probably
not.
lesser hands. But
Okay.
but yeah. So they it's tested at first when they're both on it, and they sort of like push pull a little bit, and Cornelia realizes that this is locked right now. There's a hole in it. There's sort of a latch system. You happen to have thieves' tools if you want to attempt to use them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use a lockpick on the door.
All right, so you go over and you get your set ready. And the way you'll do this is just make a D20 and you're adding your proficiency bonus. So it's going to be +3 to this.
5.
All right, you sort of go in there, and you guys sort of all collectively hear this sort of, and you'll wait for a second, and seems like if it was going to draw anybody out this way, you can't tell that it has.
Okay. Was that the sound of my lockpick breaking?
No, it was a tumbler sort of like falling, and some of these doors, with these stone doors in particular, really the middle is wood, and there are these stone plaques that are sort of on the outside that are sort of held up by these parts at the bottom that hold them in. So it's more of this decorative dwarven tradition of craft. This one doesn't have any particular murals or anything on it. It mostly looks like it's been made to, from a distance, just look like a wall so that it's hidden. But you can sort of tell as you get closer that it's the same coloration and everything, but there are the little parts of the wood that are holding it up at the bottom that make it clear that this is a door. And where you are with the very large tumbler system that's necessary for this, it just was particularly large for the size of the lock that's needed on this. But yeah, you can try again if you'd like.
Yeah. So 9.
Okay. You sort of do this again, and at first you think that, oh, this isn't going to work. But you realize that as you see some like little flakes of rust on the inside of this flake out, that this is not a great lock in the first place. And whatever you did, whether it was intentional and you like went in and actually did it with your skill, or it just broke the things on the inside, this door begins to open.
Okay.
And so it just sort of swings in a little bit.
Awesome.
And so it looks like this door swings into the inside.
Okay. I push it just enough that all of us are able to squeeze through, but I'm gonna go in first since I have dark vision.
All right. So 1 second.
Nobody saw that.
Nobody saw anything. Let's see. It's gonna be over this one, and it's over there. Cool. I think it's right.
Man, this game's such an experience. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
All right. Here we go. So we'll push
You
it.
had it
in
right
like,
the first time.
Put this right here and. Okay.
All right.
So you do this, and let's make sure that this is all bolded and in and data. Okay. You push this open. You look in right away. You've got your pistol ready, and you look through. There's nobody right ahead that you can tell. And in fact, there are torches in here that are lit right now.
Okay.
And so you have a feeling that probably means somebody is in here somewhere.
Right.
But you don't need to rely on your dark vision at the moment. There's just nobody
Awesome.
in this immediate area that you can see.
Okay. I'm gonna signal to the others that the first hallway is clear. Just like over my shoulder.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go kind of around the door and to the left first.
All right, give me 1 second to pull something up here. Okay. So you decide to sort of go around and this way, and you don't see anybody right there immediately, so you absolutely can. And so, as they come in, they go ahead and do you want them to close the door behind them, or leave it as is?
Yeah, I would say have them. I'm assuming it's not gonna lock itself back, or the lock is on the inside to where we can access it. So yeah, I'm gonna say, if that's the case, that it's obvious that we're not gonna get locked in here, then to close it.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that it would be fine to be able to get out this way. So
yep,
you guys do that. And where would you like all of them to be?
I'm gonna signal Cornelia to check this corner,
Okay.
and then they can stay where they are if they want.
All right.
Or back us up, either way, whatever they decide to do.
Yeah, so Jack goes ahead and decides to come over
It's all
there
good, Vic.
with you. And there we are. Okay. So Cornelia sort of looks that way, waits a moment, signals back. I might be hearing something, not sure. There's a lot of echo, could be from your side.
But I don't see or hear anything from my side.
So as you get up right to the corner, you don't see anything from where you are, but you also, as you're listening, you can kind of hear this like tapping, and then almost like there's somebody talking, but it's really in short bursts, and they're like having a conversation from like a distant room kind of thing. It's hard to pinpoint where it is, though.
Okay.
Just because of the nature of the echoes through here.
I'm gonna tell them, let's go ahead and go left.
Okay.
I don't suppose anybody has any sort of like trapping skill or anything like that.
You don't have any traps on you per se, or
Okay.
the stuff for the equipment to make them.
Cool.
You do have
All right.
rope. If you can come up with anything that's as simple as having like rope and this kind of like metal stakes that you generally use to tie down your horses, but that would be all you have if you wanted to come up with something.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna take a length of rope and I'm gonna put it across this hallway, hopefully in like a shadowy area. Just like kind of at the bottom where they would trip on it if they were to come running through, if anybody was alerted.
Okay. Yeah, so you actually can take down some of the torches nearby to make that a shadowy area and sort of
Okay,
like
yeah.
quench
I'm gonna
them.
I'm just gonna like extinguish a couple of these torches to make it to where it's dark in this hallway.
And out of everybody here, you and Steel are the two that can see in the dark naturally. But since your other companions are humans, they sort of do require the light to be able to function.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna extinguish all the torches, but just the ones that would kind of shadow that area.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So once you
and
got
then,
that up, what would you like to do?
Yep, and then I'm gonna go ahead and move to this door here.
Okay.
And I'm
Alright.
still listening for the conversation I'm hearing distantly.
Yeah, so you look down this hallway, nobody's there. You listen here, and you can make a perception check to see if you can tell if it's coming from down under here, because there's a slight little area below and above, actually, the door that you could can't really see into because of the shape of it, but you could listen to see if it's if there's any noise coming from it.
Okay. 19.
Okay. You are fairly certain that you're hearing a conversation beyond this door.
Okay.
You can't tell out. It's just sort of mumbles at the moment from where you are, but it just sounds like a really calm conversation somebody's having.
How tall is this door?
These doors are actually about 8 feet tall.
Okay. And there's a crack at the. Is there a crack at the top?
Yeah, there is a slight crack, and the crack at the top actually is a little bigger than the crack at the bottom, from what you can tell.
All right, I'm gonna ask Steel, motion Steel over to me, and just ask him to lift me slightly so that I can get a peek
Nice.
over this door.
So Steel, very easily, a combination of his strength and your acrobatics, you can just sort of go up and you get up to the top, and as you look in, you can barely see through this thin little line that inside there is a person there and a person here sitting across from each other. They're just playing cards. They are pretty rough in nature. There's two human men. And
You can say it, free toss, it's fine.
And they're just sort of it seems like they've got like little whiskey glasses there as well with them. But over here, you see that there is a lot of crates and sacks and barrels. And it looks like this is sort of a storage area. And there might be like, from the looks of it, it looks like some of these are like potato sacks and things like that.
Okay. Are they sitting at like a table on this wall facing each other?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna tell Jack and Cornelia what I see. I'll signal to. Do I see any weapons on them?
Yes, you do see that these guys have revolvers on them.
Revolvers, okay.
One's just on the table in front of them, the other has it in his holster.
Interesting. I'd like to just, for a second, listen to the conversation they're having.
Okay, yeah. So as you're closer to this point and you can sort of put your ear up, you get a little bit of a better idea here of what they're saying. You still have to focus, though, so I'm going to have you make a perception check to really focus in and hone in on what they're saying.
I got a 2. I have a passive perception of 10.
You think you hear the word food.
Okay.
And then you also hear what sounds like a door opening.
From which direction?
You can't tell, but it sounds like it's on yours. It sounds like it's on your side.
Okay. I hop down from Steel. I'm assuming he's like lifting me with his arms.
Right.
Or I tell him put me down, and then I move back to the corner as swiftly and quietly as possible.
All right, so I'm gonna have you make a stealth check.
Okay, stealth I think is a little bit better.
Of steel.
18 plus 3, so 21. That's Dex, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And as you guys get back over here, you're pretty convinced that somebody came out of this room over here, probably. As they sort of are walking this way, you're hearing footsteps coming in this direction. And
how many sets of footsteps?
It sounds like one set of footsteps.
Okay. Do I know how good Jack's stealth is? He's also a rogue.
You think that he's arguably a lot better at it than you are, actually.
Okay. I signal to Jack 1, and I tell him take him out.
All right. So you like switch places, going through each other's spaces because you can do that if you're allies. And he gets up here, and he gets in a position, and he immediately grabs a dagger from his side. It's more like a Bowie knife kind of thing. And instead of this person walking all the way this way, you actually hear that he opens this door over here and calls in and says, "Hey, do we get any of those mud beats?" And these guys talk back and forth and say, no, we just have the a lot of thistle corn. There's some of that razor wheat, taters, of course."
As they're talking, I'm holding Jack. I'm just like have my hand on his shoulder, telling him to wait.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's smart enough to wait, but I'm just double checking.
And so they say these things, and they're listening off. And he says,
"Later, free test. Thanks for watching, man."
He says, "All right. Well, I was just wondering because one of the orders we got was actually for that, but I haven't been able to see that we've ever gathered any." "All right then. Well, I'm gonna go take a leak, so I'll be outside for a minute."
These are human, right? I mean, are we pretty sure that
like human.
The other two we saw were human, though, right?
Yes. Yeah.
We're pretty sure this is the people we're looking for, right?
Yeah. You're fairly certain.
All right.
Based on location and everything, it seems the most likely that that's the case.
Okay. I don't want to go around and just like start killing these people. That's where.
All right. So as he's walking this way, Jack sort of confirms one more time. He sort of puts his hand back, and for the signal of if you tap it like a certain certain times, it means yes or no, and it's basically asking, "Do you want me to do this?"
I signal him yes.
Okay. So this guy sort of right before he comes around the corner, Jack goes up, puts his hand over his mouth, slits his throat, holds his head back, and holds his throat as well. And this human guy just sort of, and he is dressed like in leathers and everything, and he looks like he's a pretty rough-looking guy. So you immediately think that looks like a guy that would like rob people, and so he sort of brings him back, brings him out, and like holds on to as much of the blood as he can so that it doesn't like drip all over the floor, and then just sort of brings him into this corner.
Okay. All right. That's one down. There
we go.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them we're gonna move down the hall to check this room that we're pretty sure he came out of.
Okay. All together?
No. I'm gonna tell Steele to come with me, and I'm gonna tell Jack and Cornelia to kind of hang here, just in case they hear anything. And we're gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna do a check above the door to see if there's any more people in this room.
So you look up into this one, you're looking through, and it looks like this is more of an office kind of area, but there's nobody inside of it. There's a sort of a desk area there. There's some more crates in here as well, but each of them has sort of like paperwork stapled to them, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the lock, or I'm gonna check the door.
Yeah, this door just swings open.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
So you go in and look, and there's definitely nobody in here.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I feel like a moral conundrum here, to make sure that these are the right people, even though we're pretty sure. I'm just gonna like check the paperwork quickly and like see what kind of what kind of documentation this is.
Yeah. So as you sort of go over this and you look over, it's all written in common, but it seems like at first, what it's saying is it's like an inventory of the things that they've gathered from in the other rooms, maybe some other rooms, and they've taken inventory of like the pounds per whatever kind of vegetables and things they have. And on some of the lines seem to indicate that it's headed somewhere else, and or that somebody else has requested this, like they're stealing. There's notes that say that absolutely suggest that they are absolutely stealing this from places. So you know that much. But it apparently looks like it's not for them, but that they are sort of stealing food.
Like there's outgoing inventory.
And it's outgoing inventory that people are paying for the stolen food.
Do we see names or city names or anything like that?
Yeah, you see that there are initials and there are city names and or settlement names. And you see, in particular, there is, let me check. You see some VG for Vice Gold, which is what you would assume. You see a few other places that a lot of this says Canyon City, actually. There's some Canyon City stuff, and there's some that are scratched out, like one says Sinfield, but it's been scratched out, and there's like a note written on it that says, they're not, who took this order, nobody's going to be able to pay this up from that place, we're not doing this. But yeah, you get the impression that there are just people paying for stolen food.
Okay. I'm gonna pocket, if I can, fold up and pocket like an inventory list or like a manifest of sorts, just to have that as a record. Okay.
Yeah, so you go ahead and just take something here that, like, I mean, it all fits pretty well into your stuff, so you can take all of this in these records if you want.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and take that, like, in my pack or whatever.
You can just put bandit records. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And as you look over, the one other thing that you see as you're now turned back around here is that whoever was here, they apparently like to spend a lot of their time doing charcoal drawings, and there's just a bunch of charcoal drawings of different faces, and it looks like most of these faces are of the same, like, little girl, from what you can tell. It looks like this might be somebody's daughter that they've been spending a lot of time drawing.
The guy we just killed.
Possibly.
Dang it. You just had to do that to me, didn't you? Okay. Do I see anything else before we leave this room?
Nothing stands out to you from a cursory glance of anything.
I'm gonna do a perception check just in case.
Okay.
6.
All right. Looking around.
My perception checks are sucking tonight.
Yeah, you're not sure of anything in particular. Let me just see with Steel.
Okay.
Steel, on the other hand.
Okay, go ahead.
He looks over and says, instead of saying anything out loud, he just sort of points. He's like, looks at his hands to figure out how he's supposed to say this, and he just points. And
I love Steel, dude.
And underneath part of the desk, there seems to be a safe.
Ah, okay. I go to try to unlock the safe.
Right. So you look at this. It has a sort of a few mechanical levers that you got to put in the right order, kind of thing. A very simple kind of safe, but there's like 7 of them, and they have to be in the right order. And you sort of try to get that for a moment and realize that not really sure how to unlock this one. This is like a gnome-made kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's a little difficult, but it's a small safe. So conceivably, if you wanted to try to like take it out, it's kind of heavy, but like blow it up or something at some point, you could always try to carry it with you. But
yeah, I tell Steel to grab it.
All right, Steel goes ahead and just sort of grabs this thing, and in the inside, you can definitely hear coins shifting.
Okay. I'm gonna go back out of the room and get down the hallway and give the paperwork to Cornelia.
Okay. All right. As you come over here, Jack has also been sort of looking over this guy's corpse, and he has a he's been looking into just making sure there's nothing useful on him, and he pulls up a slip of paper that has like 7 numbers on it, or like in a row there, and you immediately realize that, oh, this is the like location for each of these levers to be. Do you want to take care of that now or just wait?
I tell him to hold on to it.
Okay. And so you guys sort of steal. He's a strong guy, but like you don't trust that he's going to be very stealthy holding the safe all the time. You want to put it down somewhere.
Yeah, literally just put it in the corner next to the dead body.
All right.
But Jack can hold on to the paper.
All right.
Oh no. I feel so torn right now. Mostly because we just killed this guy. They're obviously like thieves, but they're also like there's no law. So, you know, it sucks that they're stealing from these people, but they're also getting paid to do a job.
That's the whole thing of the Barrens is we're
getting paid to do this job.
Morality is what you choose for it to be in this world where there's no reason for it to exist.
That's tough. Okay. Whew. Alright. Since we know there's people in here, I'm just gonna check this lower room real quick.
Okay.
Did we hear, when we were going back through the hallway, did we hear any noise coming from this room?
You didn't stop specifically for it, but you didn't hear anything cursorily. Did you want to take anybody with you to this door?
Yeah, I guess Steel needs to come back over so I can get on his shoulder or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, so you go up. There's no light in this particular room. That doesn't bother you because you've got your dark vision, but it looks like this is just an empty room that hasn't had any real use made of it.
Okay. We'll check this room.
Alright. So as you come this way, you do see that over in the distance there's a few people sleeping just on these like cots. They're just resting up. One of them is actually not sleeping. One of them is just reading looks like they're trying to read a book.
Okay. Alright, I signaled Jack and Cornelia to come over. We're gonna try to sneak into this room behind the guy reading the book. Which way is he facing?
He's got his head toward the wall here, and he's looking out toward the right. But he's got the book up in front of him. It's person 5 there.
Mm-hmm. Alright. We're gonna open the door and have Jack sneak in. And I don't want him to kill this guy.
Knock him out?
Yeah, knock him out.
Alright. So you sort of barely push the door open. It doesn't make any sound like the rest of these. They're well-oiled, well-kept. And Jack kind of sneaks in. I want you to make for pushing the door open, didn't require one, but I'll have, on Jack's behalf, go ahead and roll a d20 and add 5 to it. I'm sorry, add 6 to it.
11.
Alright. Jack goes in this way a little bit. And let me see this guy's passive based on. He's about right there, and this guy looks over and sees him and says, You knew? And Jack says, "Oh yeah, I was supposed to come on over here and introduce myself." And this guy, there just, "Oh,
I'm so glad he didn't have a
Okay.
knife out.
okay. Well, I'm Jeremy." What? Wait. He told you to introduce yourself? And Jack's like, well, no. I just sort of thought I would. It's a little boring in here, you know? It's like, when did you get here? I didn't hear. Wait, did Gaines sent you? And Jack sort of, yeah. Well? And these other two guys sort of wake up and say, what's going on right now? And so what I want you to do is make a deception check on the behalf of Jack. So you're going to add 1 to this.
Three.
So these guys all stare at each other for a moment. And and you see, so you can sort of see this from the corner, or you're sort of like back out of the way so that nobody sees anything here. And all of a sudden, you hear, and you hear this sort of cry out from the rest of this area. And Jack says, "All right, they heard us."
Oh,
And
no.
so, I want you guys to start initiative.
Oh, no. So he killed him?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay.
All right.
I rolled an 11.
All right. Hold on.
Crap. Well, we tried.
All right. So 11 for Givik, Steel, and Amelia. And we're gonna put Jack. All right. Get them real quick. Nice.
I love that Jack just started shooting. He knew his lie wasn't gonna be enough.
All right. And real quick, just to make you more conflicted, I'm just gonna call them people.
I was trying to like get in there, knock the guy out, tie the other two up.
He didn't speak quite as well as he should have been able to.
He used up all his sneak luck. There's still
Oh,
8 people?
Sorry, there's person 1, person 2. I don't know why, but there's those. I was counting wrong. Hold on.
Okay.
And all right. So
Okay, so when that happens... Oh, okay, well yeah, do the initiative first, I guess. Can I react to what happened
yeah.
before? Okay, so when he says that, I'm gonna go and stand just right here, to be ready when these guys come out.
All right, great.
And then
And
I don't know what Cornelia or Steele are gonna do, but I run to that location. I don't have time to signal, I'm assuming.
just like a moment to do so. But
Yeah,
yeah, you can do a quick signal if you want.
I'm just gonna like signal like other side of the door.
All right, cool. So let's get this out here, and we're gonna put steel at the top. Who's next? And 13. Oh, well. This will be exciting. All right. Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Excuse me?
So Steel, what would you like for him to do?
Well, I was signaling him to get on the other side of the door.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And what were you signaling for Cornelia to do, real quick?
in my mind, I assume Cornelia knows what she's doing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let her make her own decision there.
Sounds good.
Are they rushing out of the room right now, or?
Well, Steel's the first one to act, so it's Steel's turn. He can always ready an action to do something if you'd like. Like as soon as this happens, he uses a reaction to attack or something like that.
Yeah, he's gonna. Does he have any melee weapons?
So he didn't while you guys were with him, but if you happened to have like wanted to give him your offhand short sword or something, you could have done that by now.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss him like the offhand short sword.
All right.
And then just have him at the ready.
Sounds good. Okay, so he'll ready an action. Let me see. Readied. Okay, person 7. So, let me make sure I got them all out here. 8, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
CG.
Claude Gaines game. So, 7.
Oh, nice.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. This guy just sort of runs as far as he can, dashing. Person 1 is over here. 5, 10, 15. As soon as he like pushes open the door, swings this way. Actually, let me do that too here. Okay. Steel goes ahead and makes his attack, so I'll have you just roll a d20, and for this, add 4.
5.
5 total. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Steel sort of. So that's a natural 1, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
So basically, as the door is swinging open, it hits his short sword, and the short sword just flies over here.
Oh my gosh, dude. Please. Get some luck tonight.
I'm gonna put it there like that.
Okay. That's a good little short sword.
Yeah, and then so person 1 sort of sees that, and then immediately like tries to shoot with his disadvantage because he's right there next to Steel, and does not manage to hit as he sort of shoots out and hits the wall here. And person 8 is way over here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
What's up, Raccoon?
40, 40, 50.
Yeah, no luck allowed tonight, says the dice gods. Exactly.
All right, and then Cornelia, she is actually going to ready her action as well, and she has her rifle out. Now 2.
She's gonna use a rifle?
Actually, no. Yeah. Well, for her ready action, yes, because she can get a little bit more with that one.
Okay.
Damage-wise. But when she's back in combat, she'll switch to duel. All right. Yeah, so person 2 will go here, try to sort of shoot over the corner of the back of this guy to try to get Steel, because Steel's a little taller. And but he's, yeah, Okay. So he shoots, manages to hit steel, and that will do. All right, 10 damage to steel.
Yikes.
All right. And go. Okay. And that was 2. And then Givik's turn. That is
Okay.
it.
Is P1 still facing steel?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna...
You can use your sneak attack because he's within steel range if you want.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and sneak attack. He's way too close for revolver though, right? That would give me disadvantage.
As long as you're not within 5 feet of him, you're good still. You can do it from there.
Okay.
And then you should use your 5-foot squares. So.
Alright, I'm gonna do sneak, but, well, I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
Since I'm not super close. It is a 13. So I have a +6, so that's 17.
Hit.
2d8 plus
2d8
4.
plus 1d6. And plus 4 plus a d6 because of the sneak attack.
The 2d8 plus what?
And it's 2d8, 1d6 plus
1d6 plus 4. So that's
4
20.
is for your dex. Or is it 3? Hold on.
Well, I've got a 2d8 plus 4 on piercing damage for the revolver, but my dex is plus 3.
Oh, it's because you have a +1 revolver. That's why. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a 20.
Total 20.
Yeah.
Okay, so you immediately take that person out.
Okay. Let me get my revolver ammo down. And I'm going to... Just as my bonus action, I'm just going to make sure my revolver's ready for when P2 comes. Again.
Cool.
I'm just going to ready up.
Yeah. All right. All right. So no mechanical change there, but okay. Awesome. And because ready in an action is an action. So, but like we'll say like for the flourish of what's happening, you're just making sure it's all good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So person 2, sort of doesn't go up next to steel, decides to stay sort of back, actually backs up a little so that he can get a shot without having this guy run up on him. Wait.
No, it's person 2's already gone.
Yeah, I realize what I did now. I was looking at the wrong thing. Person 6, in that case. But 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. When person 6 gets over here, they immediately trip over this, fall prone, and Cornelia takes a shot. And
she can do that as a reaction?
so she readied her action, which means that later when a certain thing happens, she uses her reaction to do it. And
That's
it can only
awesome.
be one thing. Yeah. She does hit, so go ahead and roll 2d10 plus 3.
11.
All right. Yeah, so that's how readying actions work. It's like I can't do anything right now, but I'll hold on to my action until this particular circumstance works. Like somebody walks into this block or walks into here, or I can see somebody, and then I use my reaction to take this particular action. That's how a readied action works.
Okay.
All right. So 6 is injured, and then person 9. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Also, let me check on that one. Falls as well, but she can't use another. She's already used her reaction. So these two guys trip over that, and they're both prone. Prone and prone. Okay. Then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. He's actually going to stay back here for a second. And apparently I missed person 8 earlier, so 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay.
Now you have P8. He's next to P7.
Oh, I see. I just didn't delete him from one spot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And now Jack, he comes running out. Goes right here, sees P2 in there, shoots once, misses, shoots twice, hits this time. So go ahead and roll 2d8 plus 4.
Woo! 16.
Nice. All right. P2 is gone.
Okay. So now we just got one side of the hallway left to deal with.
Yeah, made a choke point. And he goes the rest of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, sort of stands on the sword, kicks it back.
Nice.
All right. There we go. And let me do a check for something.
For something.
Okay.
For this gold bar down here.
Okay. And now it is going to be back up to Steel. So he runs over, grabs the sword, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. But it
I know
goes
you
right
can
up
feel my questioning gaze.
goes right up there, and then person 7, 5, 10, 15, 20, gets right over here, sees Cornelia, fires, does manage to hit her with his revolver, and ooh, she takes 14 damage. And that is his turn, and then person 8, 5, 10, 15. Actually, he's trying to try to go this route. He goes up, sees her there, has disadvantage because he sort of sneaks up in an area there, misses as he comes around, she sort of like punches his wrist so that it doesn't quite hit her in the face with the gun pointed at her there, and knocks it back. And then it is her turn. So, Cornelia, instead of shooting somebody, she grapples this guy, gets him in a chokehold here, and has a gun pointed against his head, and says, "All right, hold on." And she sort of has him grappled right in front, and sees what happens. Grappling, and let's see. And it is your turn.
I'm just going to move to where I can see P7.
Okay.
I'm gonna point my gun. Do they do anything when she says "wait, hold on" and has this guy at gunpoint?
This is all like within the same 6 seconds, so it's hard to tell what people's intentions are right now. This could take your whole action, but you could make a quick insight check to see if you think they're going to try to just fire or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna do insight.
Okay.
14.
Okay. This guy seems really flustered, like he's not really sure what to do, but you do see a hesitation as soon as this guy is brought up and grappled. As soon as 8 is brought up and grappled, it seems like 7 is sort of hesitating, like he doesn't want 8 to get hurt.
Okay. I'm just gonna continue aiming my gun at P7.
Okay.
And backing up Cornelia's play.
Awesome. Okay. Number 6 sort of gets up, not prone anymore, and goes this way and stops when he sees what's happening. And 9 sort of moves here, does the same thing. And this guy receives this rope, steps over it, and he gets right there. And then Jack goes over, kind of has the same idea. He goes over, puts himself in an open position, but he has more guns on P7 this way. And does that. And okay. So with that end of the round part, I will pause it for a moment for the circumstances and have Claude Gaines call out, "All right, what you want?" "Looks like you done enough to kill some of my boys here."
You've been making trouble for some people and they weren't very happy about it, and that's why we're here.
"Ah, mercenaries, huh? Which settlement sent you?"
I glance at Cornelia as if to say, do we need to tell him that?
So she is very occupied and won't be able to look at you at the
moment. Not seeing any signal from her, or if she doesn't say anything, I'm gonna say it doesn't really matter. We were paid to do a job.
"Well, then we got something in common, huh? So are we. Just facilitating what's gonna happen anyway. But, no, you gotta be kidding me. You killed Clark. He was the best one of us in math."
Don't tell me their names. So who's paying you to steal all these things from these people?
"Whoever needs food."
The people that you stole from need food.
Now, the people we stole from had food. People we're selling it to need food, and they got money. Works out for everybody. Everybody needs to eat, and the farmers can just make more. Don't try to give me some moral stance on this. I know that y'all don't want to die, and I'd rather not any of my boys die either. So,
I agree. So what do we do?
Well, seems like the only right thing to do is to have y'all put your weapons down, because if you're got one of my boys in your possession, the rest of you put your weapons down, come out. We can figure this out. We can all be calm about this.
How about you put your weapons down as well?
If only it was going to work that way, but you see, we still got you outnumbered.
What's this guy's name? And I gesture to person 8.
You know I can't see you, right?
P7 can.
Right now you got Wilbur.
Wilbur, what do you think of the plan?
Well, I reckon I should have taken some time to relieve myself a little bit earlier, but it's too late now.
See, if we take Wilbur here out, then we're no longer outnumbered.
Well, yeah, you got a point there. What?
Wilbur's expendable.
But here's the thing. Wilbur has a pretty good voice, and I really don't want to lose it. He's the one that sings the best out of everybody here.
Oh, I can tell.
And I just want to make sure that we're not going to do anything rash. Any more rash than it's already happened. Wait, did you kill everybody in that hall that way?
I don't answer.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Well, now, I'm just a little irked, you see, because for one, it's hard to find good help. And two, the other guy that was good with math was out that way. You see the predicament you're putting me in here. All right, Wilbur, don't worry. We're figuring something out. All right, Bob.
As far as I can tell, if we can go our separate ways now, we bring a little proof that some of you were taken out. You're wanted dead or alive. These guys are dead anyway.
So you're saying you want to take some of my guys' heads?
All we need is proof, and we get paid, and nobody else has to die. I went to get a drink. What on earth happened? We killed half the people in here, and now we're at an impasse. We're at a standoff.
Well, let's think about this. You just want proof that the job is done. They didn't send you to come get the any of the supplies as well? I guess you could say they got all burned up and somehow. All right. Listen, this could work out. We all be calm. We all back on out of here. My fellas, we'll back on this way. You, that's fine. Keep your weapons on. You back on out the door. I understand you need to take Wilbur right to the edge so you have your assurance. Makes sense. You tell them that you got what you came for. Go, I don't know, do whatever you kind of people do when you find people to murder like you're doing. Which, by the way, is not something that we like to do. And you take your heads, take whatever you need. Get on out of here. That safe in the corner, that's staying here.
Yeah, we're gonna take the safe, and also...
Well, hold on.
Without... If you guys keep doing what you're doing, eventually somebody's gonna find out that you're not dead.
Well, that's a beautiful thing about the Barrens, is there's all kinds of little places you can hole up in. Lots of different places, lots of different areas. But anyway, thanks for the advice. Odd time to give it. But that safe...
No, not advice. It's the fact that if we tell somebody we did this job, and then you show up somewhere, then we're in big trouble.
Oh, right.
We took some money from people that told us to do something, and we didn't. You see our predicament?
Yeah, that's an impasse. Well, what is that? Wilbur, you really messed yourself, didn't you? Oh, that's terrible. Oh, I'm sorry about that, fellas. Anyway, so, here's what I'm understanding. You want to take your proof and the safe, our hard-earned money, and you want us to just go somewhere else. Everything we've established here, you want us to stop. Well, if I could appeal to your sense of reason, I know the combination of that safe, and I'm the only one here that does. So we could help each other out.
You sure that you're the only one that knows? I look over to Jack.
Oh, you looted Clark, didn't you?
He's the one that was good with math, right?
Okay, well, sure, that was a lie. But you understand my predicament. All right, well, how about this? If you're appealing to any sense of morality, if it appeals to you at all, some of us got families. Some of us, not all of us, will be forthcoming with you. I'm not one of them. Lost mine a long time ago. Barrens is a hard place. Wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for situations like that. But some of this food we're getting to people, it ain't all for crooks and criminals. Sometimes it's people that just really need something to survive. We've got families to feed, whether they're our own or some other fellas. So you see that we would be a bit peeved about not having the money necessary to make this operation work. so that we can feed people in need.
Yes, I do understand that. And that makes a lot of sense. So how about we take our proof, you keep your money and your provisions. And you don't go near you stay away from Greyford and Iron Peak. For good.
How about this? We do this and we have a 2-year peace period where we don't go anywhere near Greyford. But afterwards, we'll see, about that time, we can start operating again. By that time, you'll probably be off. Well, we'll probably all be dead by that time, but assuming we won't be. How about that?
Deal. And I put my gun away.
All right, boys. We're going to back up. As I said, everybody be calm. These fellas are just going to go get whatever evidence they need. And Jack goes ahead and says, and whispers to you, he'll go ahead and go get what he needs. And everybody back up. And so Cornelia sort of points up and says, we already have those that other part that would need to prove this. And referring to the documents,
Yeah.
And so Jack sort of goes, and when he comes back, he has a bunch of hands that he's cut off.
I was waiting for that.
And he gets a few more like things out of other areas, and says, "Hey, and we're also going to take one of these barrels just to prove that we found this place, and say it's the one that didn't burn up in a fire or something." And Claude says, "Yeah, I guess that sounds all right." And so he sort of rolls this barrel out of a bunch of like bitter grain.
Okay.
And so as everybody sort of backs up here, you guys still have the 8 in your possession.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move toward the door and open it up and motion for them to follow me.
All right. So as everybody's sort of doing this, watching very carefully to see any moves that anybody makes.
Yeah, I have my gun out, but that's just me. I'm assuming Jack still has his, and obviously Cornelia has her.
Yeah, and it looks like the rest of them do too. They're all sort of just got them at their sides, and nobody's pointing them at each other.
Yeah.
But, all right, you guys sort of back up. You open the door, you swing it in. You guys sort of go out, and right at the end, with person 8 here, Wilbur, Cornelia sort of pushes him forward a little bit, and then you guys pull the door closed and get out of there. All right. So as you guys sort of run on this way and get to where you're going, you keep looking back just to make sure that everything's all right.
Yeah.
But nobody comes, and you guys manage to get all the way back for the miles where you get to your horses. So for surviving that experience, actually, let me get your experience points for this. That was pretty intense right there.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one.
Let's see.
What was this 15? Was this place about to blow up?
No.
Oh.
There was a lot of noise, and there are certain creatures that are attracted to noise. And there was a good chance of, in an enclosed space with like gunfire going off, that something could happen.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's see. Let me multiply this real quick.
I thought maybe like when they heard us, they like lit a fuse on a sabotage TNT box.
Imagine. All right. Let's see. Divided by 4.
I can't believe
All
Clark's dead. Poor Clark.
All right. You guys get in total. Actually, because of the way you handled that, I'm gonna boost that a little bit. You're getting 500 experience for your current party thing for each person. So we're splitting that into that. So 1,666. Cool.
I mean, I know a few people that do that. Yeah.
All right.
That was intense. I was not sure how we were gonna get out of that impasse there, but it seemed like it worked out.
All right.
Well,
And the
not
cool
for
thing
them,
is
really.
There's always the potential to like run into to this guy.
I know,
in the future, right?
that's kind of what I was thinking during that. I was like, all right, let's not kill these people, because the potential and how I know you've set up this game is just too good to pass up the fact that we might meet him again.
All right. So you guys get away from that, and this is the full campaign we're doing right now. Hopefully, I would enjoy that. So,
yeah, full campaign, not a one shot.
you guys get on out of there and get some distance and feel pretty good about that. But you know that you're trying to reach Craterton, which means that probably the best way to go is either go straight there or go to Canyon City and ride the train downwards. Because on the train, you actually move 3 spaces in a single day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine we go back to Greyford first to collect our bounty.
Right, and that would be a new and quicker train trip, too. Yep.
Yeah. And then to meet up in Canyon City.
All right, so I'll have you guys sort of going north from this spot. Let me just make the... Okay. But anyway, yeah, this seems like a good place to do a pause here until next time. But well
for
done.
Sure. Thank
Good
you.
progress there.
You,
yeah, I had a lot of fun.
well done.
Oh, thank you. And one of the things I tend to do also when at the end of a campaign is I have another little thing of, you did a few things, really good, proper role playing. That was good touch. You handled some situations without necessarily going straight to violence and had some sort of conundrums and whatnot. So let me calculate something else. All right, cool.
That's really just so you know, that's like really the play style that I like, is like not just immediately combat.
Yeah.
I want character development, and I want like
absolutely
dilemmas that I have to solve.
Yes, yeah, I agree. That's the way I like to play as well. But that being said, you're getting an extra bonus of 400 XP.
Bonus.
All right. All right, so it'll be 2,066. So just about 700 more or so, and you'll level up. And I'll have more information for you. So on the next one, you can expect that I'll have some more stat blocks for you to look at for your companions that are with you as well.
Okay. Yeah, awesome. We got a new companion too.
Yeah. So that was another just randomly rolled event.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I liked that one. That was an interesting interaction.
That's my goal, is to make pretty much everything. It's very rare that I have a particular event that I really want to happen that happens. Like, I'll have that sometimes, but I'll put it on a list of things of like, these are possibilities, and this is one of them, because I never want to be like, except for special circumstances, I don't want to like be forcing an event to happen. So for the most part, I have this table that I made that has 100 plus options of things and variables in those options that can happen. And and having a runaway slave situation was that situation. So
I love that, because it's like truly random, but like the way that we like just kind of roll with it, it's really neat, because you don't know how it's going to work out
exactly,
or what's going to happen, and then we can kind of be surprised together and kind of role play and improv together, which I love.
Some of the best stories that I've done, because I've done this with other people in the same world, and you're working in the same world that other people are actively playing in as well.
Yeah.
And some other people have had just really crazy stuff happen that has impacted the world in a permanent way too. So I'm excited to see when you get to the point that you're doing that as well. But
yeah, just for chat's sake, how many other people are playing right now in this world?
So actively, I actually have my dad playing. He really enjoys playing this game. I taught him how to do D&D recently, and I do it a little bit more simplified for him, but he really enjoys it. And I have another guy that plays regularly as well. Aside from them, I've had 3 other people play it somewhat as well. But yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for playing. And
this guy.
We should definitely keep doing it.
Oh yeah, man. I'm down to do it as much as you want. I had a ton of
If
fun.
we could do a recurring Sunday, I think that'd be a pretty good option for me. Sunday afternoon, evening.
I'm down.
Sweet.
So be on the lookout. Sunday night streams are now back.
This was a little bit of a longer one than I think most of the time they would be, but as an introductory, like usually like 3 hours is about what you would expect. But,
Yeah. It's
or if it just hits like a certain
happened.
age that it's like this is a good place to stop, then sometimes I'll be like, oh, this is a good spot. But
Well, it flew by because it was a lot of fun.
yeah, likewise. Yeah, I didn't realize how late it was.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm hoping it all came through. There's occasionally one thing that does happen to me is that since I do so many voices, I like forget which voice I did for a person, and it'll switch off then to different things sometimes.
That's okay.
But for the most part, it's just here's a bunch of rednecks.
Well, guys, thanks for watching. We're both gonna go ahead and sign off. It was an awesome time. I hope you guys enjoyed the introduction on this stream, at least, to the Barrens and a 5e based world made by this guy right here, Direfist. And hope you guys have an awesome night, and we'll see you next Sunday for this, and I'll see you Tuesday for the next actual stream.
Yes, and then
Bye.
tomorrow for your podcast.
Yeah, we don't stream that,
Yeah.
but yes, I will see you tomorrow
Yes.
for the podcast recording. But
Bye, guys.
bye, guys.